I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Technology Thursday. Good evening. Wow, we've got quite a gathering here in our rooms. I appreciate you guys coming in, and we're building up our numbers slowly at Periscope, and we're hoping that we can actually have a vibrant Periscope show someday. Meanwhile, we've got Vaughn and we've got iVlog, and we've got all kinds of venues for us to share our ideas. This is the first time I've looked at the news, so you get a chance to see the news with me for the first time today. Paul Manafort has sentenced. Live updates. He's going to be sentenced for tax and bank fraud charges. Yeah, he's sentenced to less than 4 years in one of two cases against him. Paul Manafort. The guy that Mueller didn't really want to prosecute for a second time, and he gave him a plea agreement. Remember that? Well, that's a significant fact that you have to understand. Never really went down. The fact that Paul Manafort had money laundering accusations in the second trial, and he did a plea agreement, and then he bailed on his plea agreement. Mueller effectively didn't try him on the second charges of money laundering, which would have led to Donald Trump and the trail of money from the Russian oligarchs. So Mueller is clearly guarding the entire story about Manafort and the Russian money as it went to Donald Trump. We know that $109 million went through Trump through various sources. And I got to tell you, this is a serious cover-up. Now, sentencing Manafort at this point is meaningless. We need to get to the bottom of what's going on. It looks like Paul Manafort is getting a light sentence based on the fact that Mueller is not even trying him for that second round of investigations into money laundering. So that's a story that has to obviously been talked about tonight. And House Democrats are flooding the Trump world with demands. Here's just a guide to the investigations. I don't really want to go there because, frankly, the Democrats have Adam Schiff running their show, and he's like Bozo the Clown. He has no backbone. He's like a sneaky snake standing there. You know, George Soros funded Adam Schiff's rise to power in the Democratic Party. He's a relative of his. Yeah, and we're relying on that guy to go after Trump. By the way, Trump is good friends with Soros too. So don't think that Trump is going to go after Soros, guys. You guys know alt-right. You're completely misled. You QAnon people, boy, you're really lost. QAnon is right out of the same CIA art department that Anonymous was. They make these entire stories up just to kind of justify Donald Trump. They are the deep state, and they will pretend like Donald Trump's fighting the deep state, and they'll spin a story about that, and you people believed it. Well, George Soros is clearly a guy who's committing treason by funding paid rioters to attack our nation. And by the way, George Soros had bet $600 million on a hedge fund a couple of years ago that our economy was going to collapse. That's a suspicious person, I must tell you. There's no way that we could ever justify that. Yeah, we got a lot of hate coming at us, and obviously we talk a lot more than any other group on the internet, so we're getting a lot of people who definitely support Trump, even though he's clearly working with the Russians, and definitely support Ocasio-Cortez. Clearly she's not capable of thinking. She has no brain. She seems to be an airhead. Okay, we got a call. Go ahead. What's your question, sir? Yeah. Hello. Okay, we got that too. Thanks for calling, but that's the third death threat I've got today. Okay, officer shot at Rockford Hotel. Suspect Floyd Brown in custody. Rockford, Illinois is a pretty up and coming area, and believe it or not, it's like a city. I've been to Rockford. I have some relatives that live out there. And I guess a shooting like this is going to be, all over the news. Suspect in fatal shooting at deputy at hotel, Rockford, Illinois, now in custody.
Early 9:15 this morning, regional law enforcement agencies from this area responded to the Extended Stay America Hotel at 747 North Bell School Road here in the city of Rockford. They were responding in regards to a shooting involving a member of a U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. Upon arrival, law enforcement from the area secured the scene. The injured party, which was a U.S. Marshal assigned to this task force, was transported to a local hospital, and he is currently in critical condition.
This might be a real shooting if they actually have the suspect. When he dies, it's conveniently not going to be pursued. So whenever you see a suspect die in a shooting, you wonder, is that real? Is that really happening? Because you can never try a person who's dead. I've never seen a dead person tried in court. I just never have. It's not about buttering my bread. It's just about me being Mr. Right. We talked about that. You're going to have to accept the fact that I'm the right guy at the right time, making me Mr. Right. I know 2 weeks ago, CERN said they started getting signals from matter in the collider. Yeah, I know. That's just somebody actually let out a fart at the CERN Hadron Collider. And what happened was the fart molecules collided with the vacuum and is now creating a residual effect. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, they were not allowed to have flatulence in the reactor itself. It functions on a vacuum principle. I'm just making this up. Nothing to worry about. Stop worrying about everything. Start relaxing. Just be happy. We can talk about chemtrails. I try to I'm not 5G. No, I don't support 5G. We try to put a spin on everything to give it a lighter note so that you don't have to feel like the world is collapsing around you. Yeah, woo, nice new chat. Yeah, thank you so much. Grab that record, how Trump hid his high school transcript. Wow. Now, we have the rumor on the street is that he was a low C average. Yes. Now, whereas I was a straight A student, I never got a lower grade than an A. Technically, one teacher could argue with me about that, but that person I beat in chess in 5 moves. Yeah. And if he's still living, he knows who I am, and I know who he is, and I know what he did. So my teacher in chemistry said, was in charge of the chess club at high school. And I walked in there and I said, "Oh, so you play chess?" "Yeah, I play chess." I said, "Okay, we'll take you on right now." I beat him in 5 moves. Standard Bobby Fischer opening. Bobby Fischer said his IQ is 186, but I have a tested IQ of 185. You can read about it at davidsponheim.com. Okay, so hiding your high school transcript is an indication that he's hiding a negative score. So I published mine. It was 4.0. You can see that at David Sponheim too. Show report. What report? Hey, you are legally retarded. I know. And there's nothing wrong with being retarded. Yeah. The Navy's using flame retardants on our water supply in our area. That's retarded. I'm not cooking in the blue. No, I'm just delivering a show daily, Mad Dog. I already made my pork dinner. But you're Jewish, right? You don't eat pork, right? I'm just kidding. I know you're not Jewish. All right. Right on, everybody. Eat organic, non-GMO when you can. Okay. Well, let's get back to the reality of what's at hand here, because obviously we're not getting anywhere talking about nonsense. The news is pretty much just Manafort getting sentenced, and ex-Trump campaign chief Paul Manafort sentenced to 47 months for fraud in the Mueller case. That's our big story tonight. Big deal. You know, there was a money laundering case that is far more important that Mueller never even investigated. So I can't help but go there. He sentenced him to 47 months in prison. That's barely enough to cover the crimes. He's been convicted of the Virginia court last summer on 8 counts of bank fraud, tax fraud, and failing to file a foreign bank account report. He has lived an otherwise blameless life, the judge said of Manafort. What? Well, that's quite a mug picture he got there. He needs a shave. Now, what's really disturbing is the fact that Trump tried to get to Manafort early on in the case and tell him that he would cut him a pardon. There's evidence that Donald Trump tried to contact Manafort through various channels telling him he would cut him a pardon, which means that Manafort would think that, well, I'll hide this stuff from you and not reveal it. So well, it turns out he did hide stuff from Mueller. And Mueller said he flipped on the plea agreement on the second charges, but he never pursued a case. So it looks to me like Mueller's hiding the money laundering case completely, which points to Donald Trump and points to his earned income over the past few years from the Russians. Yeah. So a classic cover-up by Mueller. Manafort getting 4 years is hardly a major shake and bake moment to understand. Trump will pardon him. He's already told him in advance he'll pardon him. Unlike Michael Cohen, who they say he tried to tell Michael Cohen he would pardon him too, to try to prevent him from speaking out about Trump. And Michael Cohen's the one who's really revealed some truths about Trump. Okay, well, if it's coming, then I'm waiting for it, and I'm wondering why Mueller is trying to wrap things up, Totore, when the laundering case is in the Southern District and should have been part of this recent reveal. Now, Mueller is leaving every bit of evidence to our imagination at this point. Concordia has a bit of news on Jim Carrey. He delivers a captivating performance. Lock him up. Jim Carrey asked Judge to throw away the key. His latest drawing is a plea to Judge Amy Berman Jackson. There he is, Roger Stone. Could somebody please teach Jim Carrey how to draw? I could draw better than him in my sleep. I mean, I shudder to think that his paintings are going to go for a lot of money. I can't even bear it. I'm sorry, but Jim Carrey is not. He's no longer even. He doesn't exist. He said. Yeah, he said he doesn't exist. Now, when he said he didn't exist, I took him on his word, and I assumed that if he doesn't exist, then I must exist. So, my existence has been profound ever since he stopped existing. You notice that? When he ceased to exist, now I start existing, which is a very strange phenomenon. Now, I don't know how that works, but yeah, maybe he's got some psychic thing going on. There he is. Hi, everybody. It's me. I changed my face. You see how that works? Yeah. My eye's kind of weird, too. All right, moving on. I don't know. Jim Carrey's got his own life to live. I just hope he deals with it. Have you ever been to Prague? Representative Ralph Norman asks. I've never been to Prague. Cohen responded, never have. I've never been to the Czech Republic. Cohen. Mad Dog, why are you reciting this garbage? I was scaring you, I know. Uh-oh. We already covered the Senator McSally's rape charge last night. You have a low-fat vanilla yogurt for dessert? Well, lucky you, Mr. Jackoff Bandit. Good for you. Congrats. I'm happy for you. Yeah, let's just touch on the subject without, indecently touching on the subject. No pun intended. Senator McSally, former Air Force pilot, says she was raped. She says an officer raped her. Now, what bothers me about this testimony, and you'll hear it again, is that she didn't name the person that raped her. He must be out there right now raping other people. Let's see if there's an audio clip here. You've got plastic and food and article in the description box. Whoa, Mixed Pickles has got a video about plastic and food. Anyway, her disclosures came at the Senate subcommittee hearing and on the armed services efforts to minimize rape, but said she didn't report the sexual assault because she did not trust the system. She was ashamed and confused. So we have a system that no one trusts, especially a senator, former military woman, and she did not name the officer who raped her. Now, I think she has an obligation to name that person at this point. Yes, Ratso, we profiled that weird gargoyle that looks like an AI gargoyle at the Denver airport. We showed it last night on the show. Yeah, if you haven't seen this, folks, this is definitely, I'll give you a taste of it real quick. Sorry to change subjects quickly, but we've got weird technology.
That's a little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
This is awesome.
Hello? Do I know you? A little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
Yeah, so apparently the Illuminati is so powerful that they want to make a joke about it. They think it's funny that we know that they have a secret location underground. They think that's funny. Okay, we've got plastic and food. Let's take a look at that from Scissor Fight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Thanks for suggesting that I'd make it in a Mexican prison camp. That's nice to know. I've got skills. I am not Juan Gabriel, no. Juan Gabriel died and he has been stalking our show. Or a person claiming to be Juan Gabriel. You just had an orgasm? Do you need a napkin or something? I can't deliver it to you digitally. Beautiful Cat Fluffy's in the show. Thank you, Beautiful Cat Fluffy. She's down there in the iBlog ProCam selection. You guys who want to interact with us can do that at iBlog. We have 5 slots opening. So ATP Cat is there. Cat Fluffy's in the show. She's getting pets from, look at that. She's getting her petted face there. You know, I love my cat, and I know your Beautiful Cat Fluffy, you love her too. So here's to all the cats. Meow. I was gifted a ProCams account by a very wonderful person. I'm Pisces gifted the account. Yes, I'm Pisces 1. I'm not Pisces, but she was, or he was. I always apologize and admit I'm wrong, and to prove that, I'm going to mute you and say I'm sorry I muted you. Arizona, Patagonia, Hyde, Lysiak, please. What do you got? Plastic and food is number 1 on the list. Let's do that.
Plastic while you're eating. We tested. In fact, it is true. It is plastic while you're eating. We tested it this way. So we put water to heat up in the microwave to make sure the water was really hot. I'm gonna take 2 leaves of lettuce and put it inside the water. And put 3. And look at this. That is hot water. You notice, it's very hot. The leaves, they're still green. Still green. And this is burning water. Give it about a few seconds and you will see that it does not change color at all. It doesn't get soggy like we normally see. So let's take this one at the bottom that has been here maybe a few seconds more, and I'm gonna show you while you're eating. And I bought this at Publix, by the way. So it doesn't matter where you buy these, expensive stores, Walmart, Aldi's, Publix, you're getting the same thing. If you get close and you peel from the bottom, this is what you're eating. That is plastic, guys. You keep peeling, not just with one. It's sad because I didn't believe it until my mother-in-law called me. Look at how crunchy that is. How can this be crunchy when you have it in hot water? It's been there for about a minute, 2 minutes, I would say.
It's a very interesting theory.
And you're eating plastic.
She's touching burning water and she doesn't seem to have a problem with that.
I wonder what's next.
Boiling
So
water.
show this video and actually try it yourself.
Okay.
And you'll see that what we're eating is just crap. Guys, pay attention to what you serve your children.
All right, yeah.
Because that's why a lot of people are coming up with cancer and we don't even know how. Look, plastic.
Okay.
Plastic, okay?
Okay, I don't believe what she's saying is true, okay? First of all, I don't believe that the water is boiling. You notice how she's not worried about her fingers, you know? She gets in there. Okay. Don't ever screw me, Tony. No, Mr. Sosa, I would never screw you, okay? But look at the lettuce, okay? It's regular lettuce, okay? I don't believe in boiling water, okay? No. I don't. She stick her finger in the boiling water, she'd be burning right now, okay? I put it on a boil, okay? But I want to show you right now the making of fake lettuce. This is fascinating. There is a type of iceberg out there. Now, I don't believe that she's encountering fake romaine lettuce, but you know, you never know. She can believe whatever she wants. Watch this.
テレビか何かで見たことある方いらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？
I will translate for you. First, we take the plastic derivative with the fixing agent.
こんな感じでですね。はい。でこれ大変熱いので手につかないように、はい、やっていただくときもちょっと注意を呼びかけながらやってます。次緑いきますね。緑は結構多めまで入れるんです。 ちょっと白にかぶさるような感じでちょっと形見えてきましたかね。元はこんな感じなんです。はい。でここからですよ。ちょっと固めてここもち葉を作ります。よく見ててくださいね。いきますよ。ゆっくりこう下げて
Pretty cool. You just put it in
引っ張って
there.
いきます。こんな感じで。こんな感じで。
Oh, Suki,
今日お待たせしてしまったので大きく
She's making lettuce.
こんな感じで、はい、サービスで広げてみます。
Plastic.
ちょっと大きいので切っちゃいますね。で今元ができましたので、これを丸めて形にしていきたいと思います。見えます
Fake
か？
plastic.
はい。まず白い部分ですね。 レタスとかキャベツとか真ん中に芯があると思いますので、白い部分入れていきます。でこうやって丸めていきますね。
Korean, thank you. Already.
まだですよ。まだですよ。ここからですよ。まだありますよ。
And they're laughing
で
because
2
they
枚
sell
目
this
切った方
product.
も巻いていきます。
They're laughing, so they sell this product and they think it's so funny. They're selling plastic as cabbage. It's so much cheaper to make than actually growing it. Yeah. No, it's not nutritious. It's plastic. Boy, you really are out to lunch, aren't you? Are you eating plastic for lunch since you're out to lunch? And so there, that is the real plastic lettuce. I don't know if the other lady had boiling water per se. Now, if indeed they are doing the ultimate, is making plastic for all of us to eat at the market, I'd be pretty sad. But when I crunch on this stuff, look at that.
これでレタスの完成です。で
Hang on. For some reason, I failed to show you the finished product. Oh, there's other products here too.
ローなので熱に弱い。はい。これでレタスの完成です。で
Oh.
はい。これでレタスの完成です。で
Well, I don't know why they're having such a good time talking about fake plastic lettuce, but we could talk about politics instead of fake lettuce. That would be great. Let us leaf, shall we? Let us leaf this discussion to something else. Go somewhere else and talk about something more happy and fun than people being raped and plastic food and Manafort's face. And there's got to be an end to this endless discussion of nonsense. Okay, here comes the battle royale. This is what the mainstream media is trying to divert you from by talking about a big black guy that, was just arrested. Yeah. What we're avoiding right now is our Labor Secretary Acosta gave Jeffrey Epstein only 1 year in a state sentence of 1 year for trafficking 60 children, girls, 14 years old, sex trafficking. Jeffrey Epstein was given a light 1 year sentence by this guy, our Labor Secretary Acosta. Thanks, Clayton. Pasca is showing a huge number of people. YAG and XES is doing great too. Thank you, guys. We're loving the rebroadcasting of all these stories because we know that they don't talk about this stuff in the mainstream media, and that's partly why we've got such a problem with the corruption that continues to exist in our society. They say that Jeffrey Epstein is a Mossad agent, that his entire Orgy Island is a trap for people who, in politics, to have compromising photos taken of young girls. And I'm going to tell you something. It may be true that some of these cases are not people having sex with little girls. I mean, it could be that they're being set up. Alan Dershowitz, the 80-year-old attorney, said that he's being set up. And he can prove it. And there's no better attorney out there than Alan Dershowitz. So we're going to see if that holds up. So some people may be used in this pedophile ring to label as potential targets for threats. I'm going to show you a video of a prince that was accused of this, and he's denied it simply because he was in a picture with one of these girls on Orgy Island. They're accusing him of being involved, and he's denied it flat out. And I think that's something that we have to look at. Yes. Let's go to the, I think it's Prince. We'll talk about R. Kelly. R. Kelly's kind of a diversion right now. That's the problem. R. Kelly, the discussion of R. Kelly is completely, kind of pulled out of nowhere. And I think they're trying to cover up Jeffrey Epstein in this case. But look at Prince Andrew breaking the silence about these sex claims that he was being leveraged against. They said that he was with this young woman, and he outright denies it, and so does the princess.
This is a first for British royalty. Today, Prince Andrew publicly denied he ever had sex with an underage American girl. I'm Carly Mallenbaum for USA Today. Prince Andrew is in Davos, Switzerland every year at this time for a British trade reception. This year, however, he spoke about himself and referenced the sex scandal he's been named in.
I just wish to reiterate and to reaffirm the statements which have already been made on my behalf by Buckingham Palace. My focus is on my work.
Prince Andrew is responding to claims made by Virginia Roberts, a woman who says she had sex with Andrew 3 times when she was a minor in 2001. Allegations about Andrew surfaced 2 weeks ago in a long-running Florida lawsuit. On Wednesday, Roberts shared more information, including salacious details about Andrew, the fifth in line to the throne. Roberts says she was working as a sex slave for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when she said she had sex with Prince Andrew and other powerful people, as she calls them. Of course, the palace has already denied the claims against Prince Andrew 3 times, and Andrew's ex-wife, the Duchess of York, has addressed the statements on air.
These shockingly false allegations. No, enough. I'm not going to stand back and let a man that I've really admire as one of the greatest men I know. He's such a gentleman and he does so much for his country. I am not going to sit back and put my hand in the cookie jar and say, oh yeah, poor Prince Andrew. He's not. He's a great man.
According to our Royals reporter, Maria Puente, the fact that Prince Andrew himself addressed this sex scandal in public is pretty unusual. The last time a senior royal spoke publicly about something in their personal life was when Princess Diana talked to the BBC in 1995 about her failed marriage to Prince Charles.
The description you give suggests that your relationship with your husband was not very good even at that early stage.
Well, we had unique pressures put upon us, and we both tried our hardest to cover them up, but obviously it wasn't to be.
Another person Roberts names is lawyer Alan Dershowitz. He's adamantly denying claims that he had sex with a 17-year-old Roberts. Dershowitz has been on a number of TV shows defending himself, including the Today Show this morning.
I've never seen her, I've never met her, and I challenge her to come on your show and to repeat her allegations on television. She's hiding behind the litigation.
For more on this scandal, stick with usatoday.com.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to go, I'm seeing it from 2 different sides now. Alan Dershowitz is a brilliant man, and he's defending his honor. And he is openly trying to get everything revealed in this case that's been now resurfaced about Acosta and whether he engaged in some illegal acts as federal judge. Now, this labor secretary has not stepped down. He has not made any public statements about this. But we are looking at a possibility that 2 things are happening. Lots of women are being sexually trafficked, and people are being blamed, and all kinds of information is being used against him, like with Prince Andrew. So that's a significant side note. And if Alan Dershowitz is telling the truth, which we have to give him the benefit of the doubt here, that he's innocent until proven guilty, it's very possible that both events are happening. Kids are being trafficked, girls are being trafficked. This man, Jeffrey Epstein, didn't get enough punishment for his actions. And he could be a Mossad agent in play to manipulate people, even the allegation that you went to the island. Now, Alan Dershowitz defended him in that case, so he's expressly concerned that, maybe he's being manipulated or bribed or extorted for something he didn't do. The mere mention of your name, even Stephen Hawking, who died recently, allegedly. I don't believe it, but I think he died a long time ago. But even Stephen Hawking was at Orgy Island, and they could have said that he was doing weird things. Believe it or not, in 2007, Stephen Hawking was seen at the Orgy Island in picture right here. You can look at it. There he is, Stephen Hawking at Orgy Island with a bunch of people. Was he having some secret, weird things happening? You got to wonder, why would Stephen Hawking go there? It's just so weird. Anyway, we've got a big video tonight called Pedophile Island Lolita Express. 13-minute video about what appears to be this whole story. Thank you, Max, for sending that in. Max.credit got us Pedo Island. We'll be playing that later tonight.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a Clinton trip.
Yeah, so we can't play it because obviously it has Gilligan's Island theme, which is monetized by YouTube, and But we've got a lot of good videos in our lineup. We'll play later tonight. So, well, Hawking could still sit there and be, next to little underage girls and do all kinds of weird things. But he's dead now. Now, I promised to ban genetically modified food in America that doesn't serve the purpose of drought production or drought resistance. Anything that's like GMO food that's allowed more glyphosate, more Roundup to be going into the plant, that's what a lot of GMO food is designed to accept more Roundup. That's something that I will ban. But anything that has drought resistance in it, we'll look at as a possible solution for third world nations. So I'm not banning all genetically modified food, only food that's been genetically modified to accept more herbicides and pesticides. That would be the wrong purpose to genetically modify something. And I will use a ruling in 2015 against Monsanto in the court case. What we want to do is get the Justice Department to use the ruling that you cannot patent a human gene with carbon in it. And that ruling has precedent. So if you can't patent a human gene with carbon in it, you shouldn't be able to patent any organism with carbon in it. Now, if you can build organisms with silicon, and you can patent those according to that ruling. So I will take that to the next level, and we will sue Monsanto, and we will stop unnecessary GMO production in America. We will also begin to audit the FDA and what they've been doing. Some people are calling the Food and Drug Administration the Fraud and Death Administration. I have a suspicion that the FDA has been taking people out. It's a hit list. There's evidence that there are certain holistic doctors and people in the cancer industry who are fighting cancer holistically are being targeted by the FDA. There's a strong case against that. So if the FDA is up to no good, we'll find out. All right. Yeah, it looks like the mafia, doesn't it, the FDA? Hey, thanks, Daryl. And I got a lot of criticism for my hair in the other show because the lighting was all off. I was like, it wasn't the right lighting. My hair reacts to certain lighting. But I did a cooking show earlier, a fruity pork stir fry. Very good. Yeah. I want American wild horses to continue to be free either. Unlike any other president who's signed the agreement to turn horses into dog food, I will not sign that agreement. I will not kill horses while I'm president. That's the wrong thing to do. Horses are beautiful animals, and we can't even tell if they're 11 years old when they kill them and make dog food out of them. The government makes a ton of money having troops guard poppy fields so they can sling dope to everyone back home. Then they profit by sending them to jail. Good point, Scissorfight. Let's not forget the Afghanistan war is all about opium increases in production and how the CIA makes $50 billion a year off of that. Trump has never mentioned that, by the way. That makes him a deep state. He's part of the problem. Yeah. My hair is real. Can you not see? Yes. Bragg makes a great organic apple cider vinegar. Very good for your health. I understand some people drink apple cider vinegar mixed with water in the morning as a, kind of a get started thing. Scissorfight's been drinking water with, I guess, a teaspoon or a half teaspoon of baking soda. That's another thing you can consider doing that's not going to kill you with a small amount of baking soda. That'll get rid of toxins in your body. Yeah. Sarah's here. I know. Horses will eat till they die. You got to be careful. You can't feed them grain. Horses are supposed to eat alfalfa or just hay. If you have to feed them grain, they'll die. When I was a kid, I went to a summer camp, and I had a lot of great experiences with horses. And I really, I loved the animals, and I got to know horses really well. And one time we had horses that were in that condition. They had to be walked for 15 hours because if they sit down and they've got grain in their stomach, they can die. You have to keep walking, burn off those calories. So Sarah's here, going to talk to you guys. I am done with that, and we'll just keep this queued up for you. The big news today, Sarah, is that Paul Manafort got 47 months for fraud. And there's another court case that's supposedly pending, but I don't see how Mueller can be wrapping up his case against Trump without even looking at that court case. So I'm confused. The 47 months seems like an adequate amount of time for fraud, but the money laundering charges really are the ones that really would tell if Trump was involved. And Mueller is suspiciously not investigating those. I'm very suspicious about Mueller now, that he's not doing his job. All right, here we go.
All right, thank you, David.
Thank you.
You're right, I don't really care about Manafort. Or Trump, for that matter. I do care about our country very much. And I care about, the future direction of our country. Have bad news. I will be devastated. Maybe David will be devastated. Yeah, David showed that one. Am I really devastated, or does that explain his eyes? Would I give up a finger if it meant America would be a utopia? I don't know how that would mean that America would be a utopia. I'm too logical. You'd have to explain it to me more. My big thing for if I were First Lady, housing, healthcare, literacy. Those would be my big platforms. Actually, worms can save the world. National vermicomposting plan. Like my little heart. I like my fingers. Oh, today, so I had been working on my compost systems, and I was just today gonna start emptying out another worm bin, because I just emptied one out, and I was gonna empty out another one, but then it was a bin I had finished filling in September, and it's not ready to be emptied yet. Which, yeah, you can hold rallies for America's Third Party. Because as soon as I dug into it, there was like a million little baby worms. And there was still food that was decomposing. I do love my little red regular worms, but when they're babies, they're white. Sarah, should I fly from Atlanta to San Francisco round trip for $187? Well, why do you want to fly there? Are you deciding that you're going to do the travel? Because that does seem like a good... Yeah, what's the purpose of flying? I do like my worms, yes. You're selling authentic compost outhouses, half moon in the door, and any takers? I don't need a big one like that. I just need more worm bins. I just bought a worm bin, or had someone else buy it for me. How much is it, Mad Dog, your outhouse? You like flying and you want to take a short vacation? Yeah, San Francisco is pretty good. I would prefer if I could do a vacation. Actually, you know what I would do a vacation to? Have you ever been to Washington, D.C.? There's so many, at least as if the government's open, if the government doesn't go into, oh my goodness. So why don't you check, if you just want a short vacation and you're going from Atlanta to somewhere, why don't you check the prices of DC? Because DC, there's so many, DC's frigid this time of year. San Francisco might be a little warmer than DC. Yeah, Cherry Blossom Festival's next month. I mean, what's cool about DC is as long as the government's not closed, then you can go to all these Smithsonian museums for free. The National Zoo is free. There's so much history. You could just spend, I mean, and if you're going to go to DC and you can afford it, spend like at least a week. I would say 2 weeks. Yeah, there's a national zoo. Not just like a little zoo, it's the National Zoo. And it's completely free. And not just, you know, some people think it's the Smithsonian. No, there's like 10 different museums. One on air and space, one on costumes, one on, I mean, it's amazing. I only went to like one Smithsonian and I was only in DC for like half a day. And I was like, man, I could totally live here. David, you better run for president so I can go live in DC. That's how this whole campaign started. There's lots of free stuff in DC. And then you could meet your senator or representative. I'm just kidding. I don't know. But yeah, the Smithsonian's, just the Smithsonian is well worth it. Even if you don't go to the Smithsonian, just like all of the different monuments are amazing. Why doesn't David just take me back to DC? Because then I have to buy, I think at the time we had people that we knew out there, and I actually do kind of have a friend out there, but then it's not, David hasn't met that friend of mine, female friend, and then, you know, oh, it's, sorry, short answer, lodging. So you have to figure out affordable lodging in DC. But if you're going to take a vacation anyway, I mean, San Francisco or somewhere else, I would go to DC. Oh, why doesn't David just take me back to DC for, yeah, it would be cheaper and less time and money than trying to run for president. True. I could start a worm museum. Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah. Where else would I go on vacation? I mean, I kind of want to go to see Disney World, but then I don't know if I want to be around alligators, crocodiles. I have not heard of Earthworm Jim. I did like going to the Niagara Falls. Why go on vacation if you just have to come back home? Okay, good to know. Don't go to Florida, Miss Anthropy says. Misanthropy, whenever he goes on vacation, he ends up moving there the next month. So it's best for him to avoid doing so. I have visited Nashville, Tennessee. Wait, I think I just drove through. I didn't stay over. But I've been near Memphis, have some relatives like that are in between Memphis and Nashville. The one place I do also like is Virginia. There's this, I loved Thomas Jefferson's house. I've been there twice. Well, I paid once to go on the tour and once I just walked around the property. I love Monticello. It's Monticello and I think it's in Virginia. Where is that? I think it's in Charlottesville, Virginia. Yeah. That is so cool. You know, my favorite part of it, which I didn't get to see all of it, was he has this amazing organic garden. And wasn't even a gardener at the time, and I just, yeah, that would be cool to go back and see that again. I haven't tried David's pork yet. Thank you for getting him to add garlic and peppers. Elvis's house. I have been to Memphis. So what's amazing about Monticello is that Thomas Jefferson was an inventor, and even though, what's amazing about the garden is it's an organic garden, and he created this whole system of like rotating crops to get the best yield from your garden. So he has like artichoke plants as big as I am, and then other fruits and vegetables. And so still a working garden. That's the other thing about it. And Jefferson, yeah, Jefferson was an inventor, so he had lots of cool little things in his house. Like he, back in the day, right, there's no internet. So he created this thing where he had books that he was reading, and he'd be reading like 4 or 5 different books at a time. So he'd have this, he had this like thing set up on his bed with different books to read. He was the first one that, I think he invented, what is it called? The elevator that could bring up food. He has a Lazy Susan. He had this like Lazy Susan type door. It was so cool. Yeah, the dumbwaiter. I mean, he maybe 372. I mean, yeah, he did so many cool little inventions. And then his house, it has this dome on top of it. And he basically went into debt creating his house, and he was so in debt that they basically sold off a lot of his stuff when he died, but then over time the estate has been buying it back. Okay. David will like that, thank you. Yes, I have heard Jefferson fathered a child with his nanny. No, I think he tried to have all of his slaves freed, some of them, but then he couldn't afford to do that too because of his debts.
Okay, I got that link on this computer if you didn't grab it.
No, I didn't grab it.
Yeah, I have it over here, so I'll bring it to the show later. Cool. Thank you. All right.
Yes, his observatory is very cool. Jefferson's Observatory. Oh, that's interesting. That's a little creepy. NSA. Looking to recharge? Stop by and plug in at our phone charging station. Yeah, NSA booth, blah, 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 RSAC. Well, what does RSAC stand for? It's probably some type of conference.
It was a hacking conference in Vegas.
Did have a charging station, so that is probably real.
Yeah, it was a real charging station, but I mean, to have the NSA put a hacking station, put a booth at a hacking convention is pretty funny.
All right. I bet it, I don't know. Let's see what REC. But
Yeah, this camera is performing better with the software update that they put out. So
REC.
I'm happy with it. The camera.
Yeah, okay, good.
They put a new software update. I put it in the new computer. Works well.
Good, thank you. Home.monticello.org. The new Target where you live has charging stations to charge your iPhones. Yeah, I gotta show you guys this. This is Monticello. This is so cool. Thank you. David, why do you do that? Love their website. Good night. Recreational Software Advisory Council. That's what RSAC means. That was very cool. Thank you for showing me that. What? I don't know why. What? Yes, I do realize that it was a plantation. That's funny, Dr. Brown. Wait, I want to log in here and see. The RSA conference is a series of security conferences that goes from RSA Data Security. Last 8 security experts boycott prominent security conference over NSA ties. At least 8 security. Well, here's the top news. This is on Twitter. I just searched RSAC on Twitter. 8 security experts boycott the prominent security conference over NSA ties. Adi Shamar sent a video to RSAC because he couldn't get a visa. He's just hosting the large conferences elsewhere. The first several minutes of the cryptographers panel then discussed U.S. immigration policy. Policy has real consequences. I guess that's going on right now. The cryptographers panel is missing Adi Shamir, the S in RSA. Perhaps it's time we rethink the question of how we organize our major scientific conference. Good night, Mad Dog. Efficient private image classification. All right. I could Twitter stalk that conference thing. All right. Now you want to go see Jefferson's Monticello. It was very good. 25 inches? It's not that long. My hair, I don't think it's that long. Where do you start measuring? From like the tip up here, or the top up here all the way down? I guess I could, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, I don't think it's that long. All right, we'll do Beautiful Cat Fluffy. Thank you. Ooh, I like this. We should be asking the next generation, how do you want to contribute to the world today? Not, what do you want to be when you grow up? I probably could, yes. It's not actually that long where it totally gets stuck, but it's definitely not to my waist. I used to have it longer, but I don't like it that long anymore. You haven't cut your hair in 15 years? Wow. That's pretty amazing. Huh. Yeah, I'm 5'11". How tall are you? Households are seeing their biggest decline in net worth since the crisis. And more Americans under 40 are having heart attacks. You're taller? Okay. Well, the Antitrust Division of the Justice Department is making life easier for potential monopolists in Silicon Valley, according to Matthew Buck and Sandeep Vaheesan of the New York Times. Who both work for Open Markets Institute. All right.
Thank you for taking over and giving me some break time. Appreciate it. Cool. And this way you get a little bit of the news. You know, follow your daily events. Yeah. So, okay, I made dinner for you, and you're welcome to have that. Have as much as you want.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And enjoy. I don't think we're gonna have a freeze tonight, but
yeah, you can check.
I'll check right now.
I don't think so because it was cloudy.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It did snow this morning.
I know there was snow this morning. We've had a repeat weather. Late March cold. I mean, it's 36. It'll get down to 31. Okay, 30. Okay, so we're looking at 30 tonight at 4 a.m. Okay. Yeah, it'll be 30, so at 4 a.m. So yeah, start running the hot water at around, 10 o'clock. We've got to keep our lines warm. I know, you people are smart to live in warmer areas. I thought that we were living in a temperate area, but we're hitting cold. We had below right around 25 degrees for full 15 days 2 weeks ago. Now we're in the 30s, low 30s in the evening, so not characteristic of March at all. We run our water in segments. Some people trickle their water on hot, and I just run it in segments. Every 3 hours I'll run the hot water through. If you don't, your lines will burst. I know. So you guys are lucky that you live in the area where it burns people. It burns people, like the California coastline where people, their houses go up in wildfires or floods. So you're in the flood zone. We're in the freeze zone. I'll take the freeze zone over the flood zone and the burn zone. Although any of us are susceptible to burns, we could have directed energy weapons placed against us because they get away with it. These direct energy weapons are being, used in combination with chemtrails to apparently the aluminum, the barium act as a flame enhancement and accelerant. and people experience tremendous fire problems like in Paradise. Here's an example of some relief areas in Paradise that hardly had anybody using any of their services. And it raises the question, where did all the people go? Where have all the people gone? We're wondering if they weren't burned to death. Yeah, I don't think the official death count, having gone down from 88 to 85, it actually went from 88 to 83 and then up to 85. I don't believe it's accurate. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that they don't have a real death count for the California area. Okay, we are here in technology land. Let's move over here for a second. Yeah, they're dumping chemtrails on all of us, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's what's going on. I'm missing one right there. There we go. Somehow this got stuck there. Okay, so we stand for legalization of marijuana, even though Sarah has never smoked it, and I've never encouraged her to smoke it, or anyone for that matter. We are in favor of legalization of marijuana. You can tell people the third party supports 100% recreational marijuana use across the nation and opens up everybody to making money in your backyard. That's the nice thing about it. It really enhances the economy, and a lot of people like to grow things. And why not spend your time watering your plants if it's legal? So, hey, the fruity pork worked out great. I had some earlier when I was in the other room, and it was just incredible. We also stand for new renewable energy solutions like this wind power solution for on top of electric poles. It's an idea that I came up with in 2009. And of course, we, unlike the two parties, want to bring our troops home, guard the border. Trump hasn't done that completely. He hasn't followed through on my idea to bring the troops home and guard the border. Had he done that, he would have had the fence built by now. And we want to end the Federal Reserve. So there you have it. That's a goal. It's not necessarily locked in cement because the Federal Reserve is going to have a lot to say about that, and we don't want to make them upset. But I think we have to look at a new model for America that will be sustainable, as opposed to reliant on borrowing, which we've been doing incessantly for the past 50 years. We can do anything you want, man. Anyway, the reality is, you want some fruity pork too? I put some rice in it, organic rice I got at Trader Joe's. They frozen rice is really affordable. It's like $3.79 for 3 packets. And it's like $1.25 basically a packet of frozen rice. And it's perfect. You can have, 2 or 3 people can actually eat from that same amount of rice. And it's super easy, right out of the freezer. So you don't have to cook it for 45 minutes. That's what I've been doing. Trader Joe's is a pretty good store that way. And apples, I love apples with poultry, and I love pineapple with poultry. So it was an apple, pineapple, pork thing. Yeah, not poultry. All right, you want a lot of things, Hot Rails. That's the problem. Yeah, Manafort's sentenced to 4 years in prison. I think that's adequate for fraud. I think that he did a lot more dangerous, bad things, especially funneling Russian money to the president. So I'm more interested in that than I am in this particular sidetrack. The sideshow. William Barr is the guy who everyone's going to for answers, but there's a story here about, I'll talk about these other things in just a bit. There's a story here about Trump's big tech bluster. Let's take a look. His tweets criticize Facebook and Google, but the antitrust division of the Justice Department is making life easier for potential monopolists in Silicon Valley. Amazon didn't pay any taxes this last year or the year before, which is very disturbing considering we're supposed to make money off of big corporations that are doing well in our economy. Logic tells you that. Common sense tells you that. But the Democrats and Republicans have screwed that up so much that Amazon didn't pay any taxes at all. At his Senate confirmation hearing, Attorney General William Barr signaled an interest in confronting the power of big tech corporations like Facebook and Google. As Mr. Barr put it, a lot of people wonder how such huge behemoths now exist in Silicon Valley have taken shape under the nose of the antitrust enforcers. And since taking office, President Trump has repeatedly attacked America's biggest technology corporations, especially Amazon, Facebook, and Google. Among other accusations, he has charged Amazon with ripping off the post office, which is my idea. I was the one that was saying 5 years in advance of Trump that the USPS rates are abnormally low for Amazon and that something should be done about it. So they're giving that to Trump. It's my idea. But Google is getting with censored conservative users. Google is censoring certain conservative users, they're saying. So they're after the Google for doing that. Google is censoring everybody, not just conservatives. He recently criticized Facebook, Google, and Twitter for ridiculous bias in favor of Democrats. I don't know. No, that's just an underestimate. All of us are being censored on YouTube. Everybody. The whole world is being censored on YouTube. And I'm trying to protect my eyes here from the 4K screen. All right. Mr. Barr, however, will find that those huge behemoths will continue to dominate because, in part, the administration's chief antitrust enforcer is their champion. On top of granting tech platforms huge windfalls in his tax reform, Mr. Trump appointed a friend of big tech, Makan Delrahim, to lead the antitrust division of the Department of Justice. Okay. Mr. Delrahim has consistently promoted the interests of the biggest tech companies. So Trump's not going to gain any ground. William Barr may cross buckhorns with Makan Delrahim. Yes, an Iranian lawyer who served as Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Let us look at Makan Delrahim. He's big on business. Well, I don't paint William Barr as a guy who's not big on business either. I mean, I don't think William Barr is some big antitrust buster. This is Makan Delrahim, and this is the man that is protecting all the big companies and corporations. Yes. And we have, of course, Ajit Pai is protecting big corporations like Sinclair Communications, who the government is doing a side investigation into to see if indeed he is making deals with the devil. Making deals with the devil, yeah. So we got a couple of people in there. And William Barr, in fact, I think, isn't to be trusted. And I go back to the fact that this guy wrote a 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him not to investigate Michael Flynn. Now my hair is being seen in 16K in Beijing right now. Thank you. Thank you for watching me in close microscopic view. I appreciate that. But William Barr wrote a 20-page letter asking Rod Rosenstein not to investigate Michael Flynn. When we thought Michael Flynn was up to no good, this guy protected Michael Flynn in favor of the Russians. So I'm not sure what kind of an attorney general he is, and I'm not sure how much of an antitrust buster he is. That whole article sounds to me like a lot of bullshit. Excuse me. Wow, this is pretty intense. There's a lot of technology stuff rolling out here right now. At least 8 security experts boycott prominent security conference over NSA ties. 8 security experts are boycott prominent security conference. So, yeah, it's like people don't even want to be seen now if they know too much about the internet. I know I keep my knowledge to a minimum, so people won't think I'm a spy or something. Yeah. It's a great way to avoid interception from anyone looking at what you're doing. And this guy doesn't go to the internet at all. He doesn't even download porn. Yeah. What was that thing that Culkin said about... Yeah, he said Rami Malek eats babies. Now, that's got to be the weirdest thing said in the past week. This I mean, that's got to be it. I mean, there's nothing weirder than this. Apparently, he tweeted this after the Academy Awards, in which Rami Malek wins for his portrayal of a bisexual Freddie Mercury, the star of Queen. Now, you say, according to you, over here at Rahim, also anglicized as Rahim, is one of the names of Allah in Islam, meaning merciful. So he's mercifully eating babies, according to Macaulay Culkin? Exactly, what does that mean? I don't know if I can process this. He says, there I said it. Mac tweets the Oscars, Rami Malek eats babies. And everyone's going, huh? What? I love the tweets that people put in afterward. People are in a state of shock that this allegation, it is a conspiracy theory, but it's also based in part in fact. It's been going on. We have evidence that the elites are eating children. Cannibalism is going on in the society. Frog Dog, how you doing, man? Frog Dog's in the show. He cued in. Let me tune in. We haven't seen you in a while. That's cool. Yeah. I'm liking your low-key position there. That's kind of nice, kind of cash, and in your living room, you got the red and whites there. Looks like a barbershop sign. Yeah. Are you on live mic?
Just to stand up.
What's that?
It took me 5 minutes to get off of the floor.
Oh.
And I'm not even messed up, dude.
What happened to you?
On any drugs. It's nerve, man. My back is out.
Oh, your back got thrown out. Oh my
My
God.
back is gone. I had to call into work, and
Oh.
I got an on-site call today that came in, and I'm contract.
Oh,
right?
dude.
And I said,
Oh man.
great and all that you need me today, but unfortunately my back's out. So
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
I can't either, so.
Wow. Okay.
Broke up with me because my back's been hurting so much I don't even have any prostate, which means that, I don't have any sexual desire anymore. That's
No, not with pain like that. You can't possibly. You're just trying to get by. Well, let me tell you, is it lumbar?
It is what it is.
Is it lumbar, man? Is it lumbar?
I'll be here and take my CBD I got from
Yeah.
Oregon. It's really
Good.
super strong.
CBD from Oregon.
It doesn't help with the problem of
No.
sharp stabbing pain
Right.
in my back.
Yeah, you're locked into just get to the toilet. That's the biggest challenge of all. Yeah. Yeah, just get to the toilet is the biggest challenge. I was laid up like that.
Good strong CBD finally. Everything around here locally is bunk and like 4 times.
He got some good CBD. Well, good, man. I'm glad you're getting some relief, but
Medicine that actually works and it's not a scam.
right.
CBD, right?
You may want to get a hot pack.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to close them down. You may want to get a hot pack on that. They say that some of those heating pads dehydrate your back, so you need a thermo heating pad. That's your best bet. And you obviously getting in and out of a bathtub is going to be impossible, so forget that. Shower maybe, but a heating pack that's got a thermo skin on it, which doesn't dehydrate you, is essential. I would also recommend. These are just things that I did when I got better. Just common sense stuff. Is I started eating liverwurst and shrimp. I went with the shrimp for the glyphosate, or excuse me, for the glyphosate. Yeah, the glycosamine. I like the Roundup in the shrimp. The glycosamine, and apparently that's good for your the tissues around your cartilage. The glycosamine is, and then I went through the liverwurst to build up the muscle. Turdwurst for the win. Yeah, I'm thinking bratwurst or something, or liverwurst, Braunschweiger, whatever. You're so fixated on nitrates, you're never going to get any amino acids in your body. Hot rails. Poor guy. Anyway, good luck with that. Jeez, wow. You definitely are on a long-scale recovery plan, and that sucks to have to lose your work and your girlfriend, and oh man, the back is one of the toughest things to have you debilitate it. It's unforgiving. It tells you are now on your ass, and there's no way you're getting up until you rest those tissues and let that nest. Some people go to a chiropractor to straighten it out. That's kind of risky, but could very well help. The old Rubbermaid hot bottles have been a lifesaver. Yeah, and that's the cheapest probably way to get your plastic on. The thing is, plastic won't dehydrate you. The rubber hot bottles don't dehydrate you. It's the hot packs, the heating pads that don't have a thermoskin on them that actually pull it out. The cast ended over at iVlog. Let's get back in there. Okay. Refresh. We're just fielding questions right now. Yeah, but I think heat is the secret to alleviating the pain. And you can also do things like aspirin. I haven't ignored you for the last 6 minutes now. I just saw just now that the cast ended. It wasn't that long. No, I haven't. No, that's not true. Yes, you have. Anyway, these are the things that we stand for here that make us kind of like the Tea Party with the end the Federal Reserve. I agree with Ron Paul that we need to end the Federal Reserve. And you got your phone out there, your app, good. Okay, we're going to go on a full dialogue here. Yeah, go ahead, man. How's it going?
Hey, I just want to let you know your show was, it just froze on Will Barr and you had those cool shades on. But now I just refreshed. I think you're back. So never mind. I'm sorry for interrupting your show.
No, I want to talk about I want to talk about your situation. We got a much better sound quality, and I can talk to you, and you can hear me better. So, exactly, what did you do? Did you bend over too long that threw your back out? What happened?
Yeah, usually it's just overworking with bending over and things, and when you don't have quite enough sleep and you don't eat just enough or drink enough water, it all compounds the issue with degenerative disc disease.
Right.
When it's in your back, mine just seems to be any kind of torso twisting is completely off limits. So yeah, it's just bad. It's called spondylolysis. There's 3 different ones: spondylolisthesis, spondylitis, and spondylosis.
Okay.
And I have spondylolysis. You're only supposed to get it usually as a kid, and then it heals up. Well, mine never did, and making all them gains and things, and you just turn the wrong way, the spondylolysis, will return.
Right.
It seems like, it's kind of like when you break a bone and you fall on it again 40 years later, it's still going to snap a little bit easier than it ever did if you broke it,
Right, yeah.
Dealing with that,
For sure, it's a repeat injury.
Before I go scoop cat poop and cat litter for my job part-time, I can hardly do that more than one day in a row without it messing up.
Right.
And so I'm considering quitting my job and taking the loss of the income because I don't want to run my back out any longer.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I don't have to, and I'm just chasing a little extra money so I can have some things.
Yeah.
I think, it'd be worth it to me to be humble
Mm-hmm.
with what I got and just, sit back and make better choices, watch the show Thursday to see how he makes some good clean cut gains on the buying meat and cooking it some sort of yummy meal.
Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar. You're right to be humble at this point. You're very smart to back off from the hard work because that is going to end up taking you down, and your whole life will be destroyed. You won't have a life with a bad back. It will become almost impossible to get around. You'll just be able to watch Netflix if you're lucky enough to have a connection. But yeah. So my remedial program for my back, I couldn't get up out of bed for going to the bathroom was excruciating. I have a sprained lumbar, and it's been a family trait in my life. And I don't have spondylosis. I have spondylosis, which is the lumbar problem my dad gave me. Anyway, I went on a regime of eating a lot of liverwurst and eating some shrimp for the glucosamine. And I also did a lot of bed rest and heating pads. And Sarah gave me kind of a little light rub, and it really helped. And I can tell you, I still have to nurse that injury. It's part of the neural plexus in my back, and I can't just bend over for hours on end. I can feel it just like you. You're obviously excruciating pain now. Are you on aspirin or anything, like a mild painkiller or something?
Nothing. Just CBD, very strong CBD. I got the strongest stuff money buys up in Oregon.
Right on.
Research. They gave a low-income discount of 60% off.
Nice.
Plus, I didn't have to pay any state taxes.
Nice.
So the people here in my state, they're trying to sell something that's like 3 times as weak
Right.
or 3 times the price for half as much as you can get with
Yeah.
no discount.
I know. That's great.
$500 a month for some bunk ass crap.
And they gave you the discount because you're in need, huh? Is that why?
Yeah, veterans, they give the 60% off discount for them, and people who are on disability and people that can prove they're low income. I'm not quite sure what that's.
And so you mailed for it? You had it sent to you by mail?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it was weird. The UPS guy, like somehow he knew what was in it. Like he was looking at me all weird and stuff.
Oh,
like,
really?
hey man, like here you go, dude. Like okay, how do you know what's in there, man? It's much CBD. It's got a little itty bitty bit of THC in there because it helps with inflammation too.
Yeah, well, yeah, CBD and THC combined actually helps with inflammation for real. There is a strong synergistic effect between having both of them together, especially for arthritis. That's not active psychoactive THC. That's just coming to you naturally without heating it. So it doesn't have a psychoactive effect, but it still helps people with epilepsy, Parkinson's, and it creates symptoms-free situations for people whenever they're on it. I'm giving it to my kitty cat for Parkinson's. She has feline Parkinson's, and I'm giving her it, for arthritis in her back, and she seems to do really well with it. 3 drops a day. Good stuff. Well, I'm anxious to know what the brand of this CBD oil in Oregon is. You want to share it with us?
Yeah, if you want. I'm not making anything off of it. It's just I'm just telling you something true.
Yeah.
It's called Lazarus. I guess like in the Bible, Lazarus Naturals. So it's Lazarus Naturals.
Nice. Okay.
And just Google that.
I will.
It's and they'll have an area. You're on the right site if they have an area that says you get 60% off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What if I just say I deserve it, dude. I deserve a discount, man. I'm not a vet like like Frog Dog, but I deserve a discount, man. Yeah. Anyway, that'll be cool.
Well, now they have other discounts too, but the reason I picked them was because they had lab testing reports that had proof that it's actually what's in it is in it, unlike these other guys have been buying from.
That's awesome.
And I want to make sure that this is what it is.
Yeah.
And sure enough, I mean, it's pretty strong, but with my kind of problem, there's nothing that's going to stop the sharp piercing touch of that nerve.
Yeah.
But what I do believe that it helps me cope and come out of the shock sooner than I did than not having it at all, and safer than using any kind of anti-inflammatory that's already been offered, like ibuprofen and those things like that. So
right.
I just think,
that's best to don't get hooked on anything. Yeah. I know.
Some of that, Dave.
They talk about Bayer aspirin being a very, almost having a miracle effect on the blood. That I've heard, one Bayer aspirin is actually very helpful for inflammation, but I don't know. I mean, these are over-the-counter remedies that people have been using for years. But if you get hooked on aspirin, that's not good.
Crazy though, like they think aspirin's bad for you, even these.
I know.
That would kill you, or something.
Yeah, it's called.
People swear by it.
Okay, it's called Lazarus Naturals, like David Bowie's Lazarus. Yeah.
Lazarus.
Yeah, that was his last.
Lazarus.
Right, the man who came back to life. I've known a few people that have who died and come back to life. It's kind of, thank you, moving nerd. I think the idea is that the guy I met never had that after experience where he saw the light or nothing like that. He just felt like he came back to life for a purpose, and he got a chance to meet me for one thing, and I brought his information in, but you got to wonder what kind of a person has an out of body experience and lives to talk about it. That whole experience must be life changing. You know, it must change the perspective on what they're doing, and that's what happened to this guy. He couldn't quit cigarettes, and he ended up dying eventually. But he did have a momentary vision where he developed this time traveling machine and handed me the drawings, and I went, wow. It's got a tachyon generator attached to the front of your space vehicle. And he's like, yeah. So he hands me these drawings, and he's telling me how he can create this kinetic space travel device that can travel through space without any propellant. And I'm going, maybe you came back to life to hand me these drawings. I don't know, but you got to wonder. I mean, because he eventually died, I think, from cigarettes. Took him down. You definitely take care of yourself, man. Get some rest and bed rest, and I guess a hot shower on your back might be good.
That's a good idea, Dave. Yeah, that's what's needed.
Hand massager.
Really help.
Right.
But I can't just dive into the physical therapy exercises just yet. I have to still wait till I'm just stable to where I could just get up and get down normal first before any exercises.
Yeah. Oh, you can't do exercises right now. Yeah, I made the mistake one time with my back. I went into a jacuzzi with like 20 jets on it. I was like, okay, let's try this out. I was literally destroyed my back. I couldn't get. That was when I went.
Oh my god!
You don't want to put jets on there. A shower massager on a low pulse is about all you can handle. Seriously, jets can move your body around and affect your the bones from healing, and that's.
But the hot water hitting it, and applying heat to it is going to allow relaxation there,
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, and the hot water won't dehydrate it like a heating pad will dehydrate it. A heating pad almost needs a wet towel next to you and a plastic piece in front of the heating bag, just because you will dehydrate, and it's not good for your bone if you're losing water from that area, for sure.
Oh boy.
All right. Well, thanks for calling and telling
right now, but man, yeah. See you later, Dave. Yeah, and say again.
No, thanks for calling and telling me about what's going on. I much better communication when we can talk on the phone than over the.
Yeah, I like it better actually. It seems more direct instead of delayed. That's nice.
Definitely, yeah. Well, keep us posted of your well-being, and obviously, check out our show whenever you have nothing to do. So.
I do. Sorry, I've been gone so long. I've just been tied up other places. So.
No.
All right.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Master Meatball. No, that was not Master Meatball. It was Frog Dog. We had a call from Master Meatball the other night. But yeah, we get a couple of regular callers, which is great, because we rely on some semblance of human decency, and these guys are solid individuals, and they're more than willing to talk about politics. But we don't have enough of those people, because I guess I'm kind of intimidating just talking to people, because I'm so out there, Yeah, we're hoping you get better slowly but surely. It's not easy. Back pain is a real major deal. All right, I had one link over here. This came in from Misanthropy earlier. Let me put it in the room. Yeah, so I've been dealing with this issue of Zionism in our show. And when I first heard about Zionism and the origins in the late 1800s and how the goal was for Zionists to have a control over our country and not just to establish the state of Israel, but have control over our country. And I myself believed solely that Israel's creation as a nation made sense to me, that these people needed a homeland from what had happened to them in German time in the World War II. And I didn't dispute the idea of Zionism at that time, but when I realized it was an overreaching desire to take over the world that is now becoming more and more evident, that our government's been manipulated by organizations like AIPAC, which is the American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee, not Political Action Committee, but Public Affairs Committee, I became very aware that this is just almost a secret plan. Now it's becoming, a concern of mine that people understand that there's a big difference between disliking Jewish people and being anti-Zionist. And disliking Jewish people for that purpose is anti-Semitism. And disliking the goal of a new world order is an anti-Zionist belief. So this article clarifies that. Let's see what it says. Debunking the myth that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. All over the world, it's an alarming time to be Jewish, but conflating anti-Zionism with Jew hatred is a tragic mistake. So it's bewildering, alarming time to be Jewish, right? A lot of people are concerned. On February 16th, members of France's Yellow Vest protest movement hurled anti-Semitic insults at the distinguished French Jewish philosopher Alain Finkielkraut. On February 19th, swastikas were found in 80 gravestones in Alsace. 2 days later, the French president Emmanuel Macron, after announcing that Europe was facing a resurgence of anti-Semitism unseen since World War II, unveiled new measures to fight it. Now, the presence of anti-Semitism and the growth of anti-Semitism at a time when people are becoming more aware of anti-Zionism, I would not put it past people who are Jewish to fan the flame of anti-Semitism itself, encouraging it so that they would protect their investments. I'm not trying to take Israel's great state away from them. I respect Israel. I just don't want them meddling in U.S. politics anymore. And a lot of American politicians are beginning to realize we don't need Israel leading the discussion on world affairs. And Omar is, ironically, the Muslim woman, is being called out as anti-Semitic when she's raising the similar statement about why are we worshiping Israel as our dominant nation and letting them control our foreign policy. Now, I'm not siding with Omar, but in a way we're kind of on the same side, whether we like it or not. Now, she may hate Jewish people. I don't know. She may be totally anti-Semitic. I'm not. But we both feel that America shouldn't be led around by just one nation like Israel. The JDL is identified as a hate organization. And then the Anti-Defamation League does a fusion project with law enforcement and even Department of Homeland Security to prevent any anti-Semitism. So that's happening right now. They're very much in bed with our government. So when I started this third party, I had this nebulous idea of what is this elite group of people that is trying to, take over the world. And I finally have come to the realization that they are Zionists, and they've been trying to control politics around the world for decades now. Ever since over 100 years ago, when their idea was formed, there is no rabbinical expert that would say that there should be a state of Israel based on the Torah. Even the Orthodox Jews, I'll say there's no evidence that this is. It turns out that the idea of a state of Israel actually is something the Ashkenazis came up with, the people who aren't even Jewish, the court Jews, people like the Rothschild family. They wanted a state of Israel. Hitler was an Ashkenazi too, and he got support from the Rothschilds indirectly through other banks, like J.P. Morgan represented the Rothschilds. He gave money to Hitler. The Windsor family gave money to Hitler. But the Rothschilds really are at the root of the Zionist movement, so much so that they created the state of Israel. It's like, wow, really? Seriously? And yeah, Hitler was an Ashkenazi. And Hitler's idea was to create Israel, actually. It was actually one of his ideas. That's why he killed all those Jewish people. That and mullahs, Muslims were telling him to do that. I often wondered why he did all that. And his goal was to create a homeland. So killing them all, it created a homeland because Hitler wanted to access the Ark of the Covenant. At the center of Jerusalem, allegedly, is the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know if this is true, but I can tell you it looks pretty suspicious that a Rothschild would do that. Yeah. Lord Rothschild, let's let Jacob Rothschild tell you what it's all about.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home to the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I feel that it is necessary to continue advancing our directive, and throughout the history of the Rothschilds, we have always felt akin to the...
No, it's pretty weird how Jacob Rothschild created the State of Israel. So now that we know who's behind it, now we can understand that they may have a continued self-interest in preserving their power structure and guaranteeing their long-term survival for themselves and all of their friends and family. Whereas the rest of us could be damned. We could all be, burnt to a crisp for all they care. That's my concern. You can understand why I'm upset. I didn't like what I've seen so far about global weather change, and it's convinced me right now that these people are definitely behind the constant pollution. Whether their directed energy weapons are being used in combination with chemtrails. But we are definitely looking at forced climate change. No doubt about it. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it, man. The evildoers, man. They are taking out, man, many people, man. No doubt about it, man. But these people are potentially, trying to rule the world and control our destiny. No doubt about it, man. Like that guy on YouTube. He's funny. Nope, these glasses are not for soldering. These are for UV protection of my eyes until my light turns. An hour and 15 minutes from now, my light turns. I also have these to protect my eyes. Do you prefer these on me? I thought you would. I know. Those are cheap blue blockers. I got these for $10 on Amazon. It's time to rinse them off. I've got a cleaner. A special pad to clean them off with. Yes, Alex Jones could very well be Mossad, or CIA and Mossad working together. You see, CIA, Mossad, and MI6 work together collaterally all the time. We're not trying to take down our national defenses or our allies. I mean, I can see why they want to work together. And I don't see Israel as an enemy. I see them as an ally. But I'm concerned about the far-reaching effect of their interests, and that's the problem. It's one thing having a place at the table, another thing owning the table, buying everyone at the table, and poisoning everyone at the table while, exterminating them at the table. I mean, there's a big difference. Well, actually, these are cheap sunglasses. I got these from a bag person online. No, not the bag person online. I got them from a bag person in my area, but I was online talking about it, and I actually made a little video about it, which is kind of funny. Encounter with a guy who just didn't believe me. He used to call up on our show. Hey, here's a momentary reprieve for all of you who are in the pasture. Yeah, I hear you. I feel your pain. Well, I'm here for you. Okay, and we have another request for the What's Going On video, which is an essential part of our show, as you know. Now that we found out that people in the country can relate to this guy.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I know. No, I haven't. No, I never had that experience. But a lot of people have, and I feel for them. I really do. I've been in that moment when, you know, like, for sure, dude. I totally can relate. You know? Right. Back to the show. Wow. So where are we going from this? Rami Malek eats babies. Do you even know who Rami Malek is? Let us take a look. Rami Malek is the man who has won the Academy Award for Best Actor. To say that he eats babies would explain his aberrant look, strange, bizarre, popped-out eyes that seem to be reminiscent of some small rodent-like creature. His unusual Mr. Robot series, where he plays an actor in that, it seems that this guy actually plays himself quite a bit. I don't mean plays with himself, but plays himself. So we're not sure what this thing is all about, and if there's any truth to Macaulay Culkin claiming he eats babies. But that's a pretty outrageous thing, I must say. And if Rami wants to, you know, defend his honor, I would probably sue Macaulay Culkin for saying such a thing. Otherwise, we're going to assume he is a baby eater. Alleged. 1010 impersonation of Surfer Dude. Thank you, man. Can we have some positive news? Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to talk about somebody eating babies or William Barr working for Russia, which clearly he is. I don't want to talk about Orgy Island or Jim Carrey or... Yeah, what do you want to talk about? HIV? That's positive. 3 people have cured themselves of HIV. Isn't it amazing? Oh, you got your cat too. Look at that. Yeah, there's little cats out there giving him comfort. That's something that'll calm you down. Train your cat to lay on your back while you're sleeping. They're beautiful. And he's heavy enough to actually give you physical therapy with his paws. I know, get him to knead your back. I did this with my male cat back in the 70s. I got this, my male cat, my female cat won't do this for me, but my male cat would jump on my back and just knead my back with his paws. It's like, wow, the ultimate cat back rub. Good luck there, buddy. Yeah, all the strange stuff about the Podestas, alleged Podesta, Pizzagate. We're allowed to talk about that here. We're not like YouTube and Twitter and Reddit, which censors the word Pizzagate. Like it's some sort of like we're not allowed to have conversations in a country that's got free speech. Can you believe this world that we're living in? Well, I just found out that there is an elixir to this entire thing. It's, oh my gosh. Is this for real? Wow. That's out of the box, man. Samuel Jackson. I don't know if that's true. It doesn't seem like it, but wouldn't that be something? No, I don't know. Is that real, Scissorfight? Or is it just something you know, a meme you found? I don't know. That just looks like it's a sarcastic or something. But I can see it selling and being a hot item. Dave, it doesn't matter if the sunglasses are cheap. My logic means that I am not in any way a materialist. Wearing cheap sunglasses guarantees to people that I am not materialistic. It's one of the ways I've been able to convince people of my non-materialism. Yes. Well, we had this weird thing last night, the night before. It just, I ran my face up. Oh, you just made it? You had us all believing it. You might want to contact Samuel Jackson and ask him if there's an issue you could, you know, exploit there. That was 50 cents. I got that code at a thrift store for 50 cents. But there's this ongoing discussion about how I might not be David Sponheim. Yeah, that the technology is so advanced right now for me to actually be somebody I'm not. You know, that maybe the real David Sponheim was replaced by me.
It is very clear that the show would be so much better without these filters. I could do my show as Jacob Rothschild instead of pretending to be this person named David Spondheim. But unfortunately, I can't because this man has...
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54.
You can see that he resembles me so much that it is very easy for me to turn my face into his. And with the CGI enhancement, I'm able to change my voice and sound exactly like him. Isn't that amazing? Let me remove the filter. You see, I sound just like him. I do. I have that shirt in the closet if you'd like me to wear it for you sometime. And I am him. That was 10 years ago. I know. Isn't that amazing? Well, I either do a really good Jacob Rothschild, which I do, or this is an elaborate CGI and you're being fooled, which you're not. I'm a real American who just happens to stay youthful looking because I want to be your president. I am not some scumbag hanging out with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, you know? Who is that guy anyway? Yeah, in case you're wondering, well, I think you know by now who I am. I'm Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away.
Thank you. I set up the show to talk about the infrastructure bank a little bit. Appreciate it. Donald Trump, when he met with all these people, was very happy to be with this one person who, I think when you bring a person like this into the fold, you really can rely on them eating everything at your event. And I think that guy put away most of those burgers. But I just thought it was a really bad message to see, to see Donald Trump pushing fast food on our military, like, yeah, die of a heart attack, have a stroke at a young age. You got to wonder, did Luke Perry live on fast food? Does anybody know? Let's do a seance and ask him. Luke, if you're listening, I hear you, brother. Let us join hands. Did you eat fast food like Donald, Luke? Anyway. The infrastructure bank 2% loan idea is at the heart of building our future and creating opportunities like new production, green, clean energy technologies that could veritably create new jobs, like our solar rooftop plan and our vertical windmill idea. It really would be fantastic. Luke, yeah, we're good. Thank you so much for that bud of weed, by the way. Yeah, it was the best. I mean, I waited for like a week. I hadn't even experienced marijuana for at least a week that month, I think. And I'll never forget, hey, man, Luke Perry's having a gathering at his apartment. Why don't you go over there? So I went over there and it was like manna from heaven, a big bowl of really good California weed. And so we all took a little bud and had a bong hit. It was incredible. Yo, Dave, I miss your Latino accent, man. Yeah, Joe. You want to talk like Scarface or something, you know, Joe? Whatever you want, man. Okay. I have touched many lives. And I'm not bragging. I'm just not into touching many lives, but I'm glad that it happened. Yes, I did. Glad to see you modded up Scissor to take care of business. Yeah, well, Scissor Fight's a great mod, and he's got great music, and how can we not love that? Okay, we got some technology here. Tweepy. Sarah sent... Tweepy. Here it is. Yeah, an easy-to-use Python library for accessing the Twitter API. This is exactly what I was looking for, you know? Oh, that was Phil from Trailer Park Boys. No wonder I didn't know who it was. Because I haven't seen more than one or two Trailer Park Boys. Not that I don't like it. It's just that I'm waiting to, be, hooked up to a machine or something and have nothing to do with my life before I got into the series. If I ever end up in a machine in a nursing home, I'll watch the entire series, I assure you. But no, Tweepy, it's easy to use Python library for accessing the Twitter API. Oh, good. I'm so glad I know. Talk about technology that just flew right over my head. Read the docs. Oh, yeah, I want to get started. I want to learn all about the API system and models. Wow, this is amazing. Well, I think Misanthropy gave this to Sarah in order to dig deeper into Twitter. Isn't that right? You want to talk about Juan Gabriel? Oh, Pitoro wants to have a communication with Juan Gabriel. Do you want to talk about Juan Gabriel? We've had this discussion before, Pitoro. I told you that he didn't like the ruffles when you dressed him in that outfit. Something about the ruffles are bothering him. Yeah, you may want to have his body exhumed and then dress him in something without ruffles. I mean, who thought of that? Thank you, Juan. Thank you for piping in. I've had sex a few times, yeah. Whatever that means. I never had sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. I never even had sex with Hillary. I have the power to talk to people. I'm looking at something I can talk about here. Now, if you want to talk about a new technology, well, let's be clear. There's actually no other zero carbon fuel out there. So according to this guy, they have zero competition. What does he do? He's creating a new fuel out of thin air for 85 cents per gallon. Meet the man who creates ammonia. Ammonia Man. The man with ammonia. For only 85 cents per gallon, he can create ammonia. And all we have to do is spend about $1,000 on every one of our cars and retrofit them for ammonia. The most toxic thing, if you ever open a gas cap, would be ammonia. I don't know. This is one of those things, like so many things, like the water car, the water dune buggy, that seems to just be too good to be true. Because we have a thing called gasoline that works really well. The Democrats don't even know that. They want to get rid of our infrastructure, all our cars. I mean, hello. I love the water car. I really do. But, big business and oil, they're not going to like the water car too much. Let's be real here. We need to embrace the oil industry, but we need to clean our mufflers. That's where I'm different than the Democrats. We can actually, instead of penalizing industry, we can adapt new models for industry to have cleaner effluent, less particulates coming out of the muffler. That much we can work on. We can also work on more efficient engines. We know that, there is a possibility that a carburetor, standard carburetor, or a fuel injection system could double or triple its fuel mileage using vapor. So when I become president, I will be issuing forth a mandate for the fuel industry not to actually get better gas mileage, but to start developing engines that would be on the market for all of us to buy, that would help enhance the engines of the current vehicles that are out there, so that we have better carburetor, better direct fuel injection systems that would use vaporizers as opposed to actual sprays, because they're spraying that fuel in there to burn the explosions that create the movement of the pistons. They don't need that. In fact, studies have been going on where people can actually get a little lawnmower to run efficiently on vapor. So if a lawnmower can run on vapor, it just doesn't have the torque that an engine has. But if a lawnmower can run on vapor, engines can too. So I'm going to issue a government investigation into the high efficiency of engines, even aftermarket things that can go on our existing direct fuel injectors. So if we can make better use of our existing vehicles, long term, the less energy we use to go from point A to point B, the less comes out of our muffler too. So it's a win-win for the environment. Unlike the Democrats who want to have it their way or the highway, I'm not that way. I won't force you to get rid of your car, ever. I know. Well, the Pope gets Lamborghinis for free and all kinds of things for free because he's the Pope. The problem is he has to make a pact of non-materialism to gain access to God, and he failed to do that. So he's on the watch list. Let's just put it that way, okay? All right. Yeah, he's non-materialistic. I am. Thank you. Now here's prep45.com, which is better than Preparation H, in my opinion. What? No. What the hell are you sending me a game of hockey players for? That's ridiculous. That was inappropriate. Yeah, Prep45. What the hell is that? It's a hockey game. Yeah. All right, thank you. I'm not sure why you did that, but whatever. An Arizona town apologizes to a preteen reporter after a threat to arrest her. Whoa. Kids are just doing what they want to do, trying to develop their skills as reporters. Hilda Lysiak was chasing down a story in Patagonia, Arizona, when a police officer stopped her and threatened her to put her in a juvie. Whoa, let's check it out.
You stopped me earlier and you said that I could be thrown in juvie. What exactly am I doing that's illegal?
So, when I left the office, you were over there talking and you quickly, you taking me? You can take me.
Okay.
Okay?
Alright.
But, what I'm going to tell you is if you put my face on the internet, it's against the law in Arizona, okay? So I'm not giving you permission to use my picture or my face on the internet. You understand all that?
I understand
okay.
that.
So when you saw us leave, you quickly left the boy that you were with, and you followed us down to 320 Roadrunner. And when we came back out, because we had to go somewhere else for an urgent call, you followed me again.
Yeah, and how's that illegal?
So don't follow law enforcement, because you already came in and told me you were a reporter.
Yeah, and
I don't want you to get hurt.
I understand.
I'm looking out for your safety.
Okay.
Okay? The area you were in is where we're dealing with the mountain lion.
The mountain lion?
Yes.
Okay, and...
Okay.
Alright, but what exactly... I understand that you're concerned about the safety, but what exactly am I doing?
Order. I gave you a lawful order, and if you disobey a law enforcement officer, you can lie to your mother, you can lie to your father, you can lie to your priest. You can't lie to a law enforcement officer. You understand that? So actually lying to me and saying you were going to your friend's house wasn't acceptable.
No, I didn't say
that. You actually lied.
My friend lives right there. In fact, if you want, you can knock on her door
when
and
you
ask
saw
her.
us leave, you turned around, you didn't even make it to your friend's house. You were seeing where we were going.
Yeah, I wasn't going to my
right? So thank you very much. You have a great day. I'll be home getting a hold of your parents.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was great. Thanks for that link. I don't like to see cops misstep. And this link of the gargoyle in the Illuminati gargoyle, and this is the most high-tech gargoyle I've ever seen.
This is awesome.
Hello? Do I know you?
Are you hungry?
Oh, I'm starving. You got anything for me? Those flowers look delicious.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy. Look at me. I'm a little know-it-all. Will you get back over here? I got a question about this conspiracy. Did you have to buy an extra seat for your hat, sir? Sir, are you stealing a desk? Sir, you have resting, confused face. Do you have a favorite animal or pet?
A caterpillar?
A caterpillar? Wouldn't you rather have a gargoyle?
No!
Yes!
Okay, I've seen enough of this crap. So what are they trying to do? Twist our brains to make us think that they aren't the center of the Illuminati by admitting that they are the center of the Illuminati? Don't feel strange that the gargoyle is not Juan Gabriel. The gargoyle represents millions of people who have passed along in this dimension. He does not represent one. He is just one of many. There are black gargoyles. There are racially sensitive and non-specific racially gendered gargoyles. I happen to have a great deal of knowledge about gargoyles. Would you like to talk to Juan Gabriel through the gargoyle? David, do you think you're destined to be the savior of mankind? I don't ever think that, no. I've never said such things. No, never. What makes you think I would think that? Ghostbusters had gargoyles. That was a good movie, yeah. Gargoyles were meant to ward off evil. The origin of the gargoyle dates back to the pre-Columbian time. You know, the thing is, I don't really dwell on mythical beliefs that gargoyles have special purpose, but historically they do have a purpose. They do. 13th century, yes.
I'll be back.
Okay, take your time. But there's a place in Seattle, a place that sells gargoyles. I drove by it one time. The gargoyle statuary. It is pretty amazing. Yeah, they've got a whole selection of gargoyles there. If you're interested in gargoyles, since that's what you're talking about tonight. I was trying to talk about an infrastructure bank, but you're more interested in this. Yeah, see, they have an online presence. They have some pretty cool stuff there.
Welcome to Gargoyle Statuary. They have been offering a vast array of gargoyles in pagan, Celtic, metaphysical, and esoteric art and gifts in our unique location in the heart of the U District since 1992.
Anyway, a bunch of goth people over there in the U District that get into that. That's scary. Oh my gosh. Were you scared? I'm not into like statues and stuff. You know, I did acquire an interest at one time, and I collected a great deal of art. But now it's become not a hobby of mine. Yes. I don't collect art anymore. In that I have a collection that's so huge I can hardly pretend to not have it. That's the scary stuff, yes. You need me to be your president? I'm the cream of the crop? I'm the smartest man in the world? Oh, well, not really. But, yeah, I'm not claiming to be the savior of mankind. I mean, come on. I just want to run for president. Let's start here in America. Let's learn that America can be better. Let's lead by example. Let's not try to make the world better. That's the New World Order. We don't want that. Now, the good thing about the infrastructure bank, it offers 2% loans, which will give people a chance to, build their business. And tied to those 2% loans, if you hire anybody, you'd have to hire a U.S. citizen. And that U.S. citizen will be paid $15 an hour. So this is a sidestep. This is a big sidestep to the current differences that we have with the two-party system over the minimum wage law. You see how this is an elevated idea which could easily bypass the minimum wage law problems? Because you know the Republicans aren't going to sign off on even $10 an hour. We don't have any public ATP rallies happening right now, but you know, when you get me on a 4K screen, 55-inch, that we could start. Sure. Yeah, I just want to make one side note before I leave the show. It occurred to me that my idea of not calling this an emergency at the border to get the wall built is being used now by Rand Paul. He started to talk about not actually calling this an emergency, and I played that video for you last night. Carrying this one step further, I'm wondering if we couldn't just use reconciliation with our budget plan to tweak this to move toward a wall, because I think reconciliation was used to pass Obamacare. I'm wondering why it couldn't be used to pass this $5 billion wall idea. I'm just wondering, and I'm throwing that out there. But reconciliation was one of the big moves that Obama did to pass Obamacare, and it didn't seem completely constitutionally legal. But why not the Republicans? Why don't they try it now? Reconciliation could be managed through the Senate. Yeah, anyway. Just trying to get that wall built. Well, Rand Paul is using my idea. Yeah, I'm just saying I came out with the idea of not calling it an emergency way ahead of him. So, yeah, I want to see the wall and the fence built because, you know, the idea was originally my idea of a 1,000-mile fence. I'm more than willing to back that. See you later. Thank you.
Reconciliation of the budget or something.
Yeah, it's a way of passing a bill without having a two-thirds majority. It can be done with 51% in the House. It's very small percentage. It can be 51% guarantees the passage of the bill. And that's how they passed Obamacare, with only 51%, which I thought was wrong at the time, but why not apply it to the wall?
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you like my hair. It's just simple. Simple. All right. Hello, chat room celebrity. I do care. Reconciliation in Canada is a code word for never-ending payments to First Nation tribes. Like reparations. Yes, I got your... Here, I'll show you your link. Even better, right? David always is like, show what you're looking at on the screen. According to NBC San Diego, isn't this the link? According to a source, leaked documents show the U.S. government is tracking journalists and immigration advocates through a secret database. The documents detail an intelligence gathering effort by the United States and Mexican authorities targeting more than 50 people, including journalists, an attorney, and immigration advocates.
Wow. So why are they coming down on journalists? They want to suppress the truth?
Documents obtained by the NBC San Diego investigates how the U.S. government created a secret database of activists, journalists, and social media influencers tied to the migrant caravan, and in some cases placed alerts on their passports. Wow. At the end of 2018, roughly 5,000 immigrants from Central America made their way north through Mexico to the U.S. southern border. Of course, so you guys all have heard those headlines. As the caravan reached the port of entry in South San Diego, so did the journalists, attorneys, and advocates who were there to work and witness the events unfolding. In the months that followed, journalists who covered the caravan, as well as those who offered assistance to caravan members, said they felt they had become targets of intense inspections and scrutiny by border officials. One photojournalist said she was pulled into secondary inspections 3 times and asked questions about who she saw and photographed in Tijuana shelters. Another photojournalist said she spent 13 hours detained by Mexican authorities when she tried to cross the border into Mexico City. Eventually, she was denied entry into Mexico and sent back to the U.S. The American photojournalists and attorneys said they suspected the U.S. government was monitoring them closely, but until now, they couldn't prove it. Now, documents that were leaked show their fears weren't baseless. The government had listed their names in a secret database of targets where agents collected information on them. Some had alerts placed on their passports, keeping at least 2 photojournalists and an attorney from entering Mexico to work. The documents were provided to NBC7, the San Diego NBC, by a Homeland Security source on the condition of anonymity, given the sensitive nature of what they were divulging. The source said the documents or screenshots show a SharePoint application that was used by agents from Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the U.S. Border Patrol, Homeland Security, and even some agents from the San Diego sector of the FBI. Intelligence gathering efforts were done under the umbrella of Operation Secure Line, the operation designed to monitor the migrant caravan, according to the source. The documents list people who officials think should be targeted for screening at the border. The individuals listed include 10 journalists, 7 of whom are U.S. citizens, a U.S. attorney, and 48 people from the U.S. and other countries, labeled as organizers, instigators, or unknown roles. The targeted list includes advocates from organizations like Border Angels and Pueblo Sin Fronteras. Was that Homes Without Borders? I don't know. So they blurred the names and photos of individuals who haven't given permission to publish their information. The documents are titled San Diego Sector Foreign Operations Branch Migrant Caravan FY 2019, Suspected Organizers, Coordinators, Instigators, and Media. And then that's what it looks like. For each person, the documents show their photo, often from their passport, but some cases from social media, along with their personal information, including date of birth, their country of commencement, their alleged role tied to the migrant caravan. The information also includes whether officials placed an alert on the person's passport. They might have, some have an X over their photo indicating whether they were arrested, interviewed, or had their visas or Century Pass revoked by officials. In addition to flagging the individuals for secondary screening, Homeland Security told the NBC7 source that the agents also created dossiers on each person listed. They said they're a criminal investigation agency, not an intelligence agency. They can't create dossiers on people, and they're creating dossiers, so they feel like it's abuse of the Border Search Authority. One such dossier was of Nicole Ramos, a refugee director and attorney for Al Otro Lado, a law center for migrants and refugees in Tijuana, Mexico. The dossier included personal details of Ramos, including specific details about the car she drives, her mother's name, and her work and travel history. After sharing the documents with Ramos, she said Al Otro Lado is seeking more information on why she and other attorneys at the law center have been targeted by border officials. The documents appear to prove what we have assumed for some time, which is that we are on a law enforcement list designed to retaliate against human rights defenders who work with asylum seekers and who are critical of CBP practices that violate the rights of asylum seekers. That's what Ramos said in an email. In addition to the dossier in Ramos, a list of other dossier files created was shared with NBC7. 2 of the dossier files were labeled with the names of journalists, but no other details were available. Those journalists were also listed as targets for secondary screenings. Of course, CBP, Customs and Border Protection, has the authority to pull anyone into secondary screenings, but these documents show the agency is increasingly targeting journalists, attorneys, and immigration advocates. Former counterterrorism officials say the agency should not be targeting individuals based on their profession. NBC7 investigates. They sent that information to all border and law enforcement agencies that the source listed, asking whether the information was valid and if these tactics were legal. CBP spokesperson did not answer their list of questions or confirm the validity of the documents shared. By email, the spokesperson did say criminal events such as the breach of the border wall in San Diego involving assaults on law enforcement and a risk to public safety are routinely monitored and investigated by authorities. They went on to say that it is protocol following these incidents to collect evidence that might be needed for future legal actions and to determine if the event was orchestrated. All right. Later they said that names in the database are all people who were present during violence that broke out at the border in November. The agency said journalists are being tracked so that the agency can learn more about what started that violence. They never said that earlier. Then there's a thing about the ACLU. All right. Coming back to the room. I missed anything else that you had to say because obviously I was too busy reading. You're so funny, Chicken. Please start over. Did anyone reply to our questions on Twitter, Politica chat? Yes, there was one person that responded to the questions, and that was actually another presidential candidate running as a libertarian. Pretty funny. All right. By the way, what do you think the topic should be about tomorrow on PolitiChat? I'm asking you all here because I would love to get your input, and then we could even pre-write the questions. Oh, it's Saturday at 7. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Miss Anthropy. I feel so much better because I was going to go do something fun tomorrow night, and I was like, oh, but I have to come back for Twitter, but I don't. I'm coming back on Saturday. No, I don't even have to look at the picture to say I would not want David to grow out his hair or a beard. Gross, David and Rothschildheim. That's funny. No, I really don't. I know, yeah, that guy does have a gruff look, but no, I'd rather not. Maybe David would look good like that. I don't know. Maybe you're changing my mind. I do have cannonball plans. I have a lot of cannonball plans, actually. I have so many cannonball plans that my to-do list keeps growing. Yes, I looked. I don't think David would like longer hair, but maybe he would look good with longer hair. I don't know about the beard, though. Yeah, anything you're going to jump in on, do right away. Love it. And my cannonball plans are always changing. Like, each week I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. I'm going to do that. Maybe that's a good point, Starless. Tell David to stop cutting his hair if he wants longer hair. You thought this was trivia? I can do trivia if you want. I don't really want to, though. I sometimes do trivia, but that was a good article. I don't know if David would want to read it, though. Should I just get rid of the tab or leave it for David? Yeah, David doesn't really grow a beard, though, but he sometimes does grow his hair out. But then it doesn't, it gets like to just like here where, you know, to get it like this takes probably, it would take him a year or so. Then he like gets uncomfortable, so he starts cutting. You're so funny, 650. All right. No, I can't see David with a perm. That would be just weird. Wow, Venezuela has plunged into darkness amid there's a widespread power outage in Venezuela. They say the food supplies will run out next week. Government is blaming sabotage. Global climate strike, March 15th. There's going to be a U.S. youth climate strike, part of a global student movement inspired by a 16-year-old climate activist, Greta Thunberg. She has weekly school strikes in Sweden and other European countries. Wow. According to the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report on global temperature rise, we only have 11 years to prevent even worse effects of climate change. right. That's funny. Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. Even though you love the environment, you don't like how the Green Party in Canada wants to punish poor people for paying their environmental pay for their environmental initiatives. Sorry. No, the screen didn't freeze. Sarah was looking at thebulletin.org.
The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. Well, I bet they have a lot to talk about with Vladimir Putin creating more nuclear weapons and Donald Trump creating more nuclear weapons. Wow. Wow, that didn't work out. There we go. All right, so this has been a very evocative evening.
Yes.
We've evoked a lot of concern for a lot of things, like Manafort's 4-year sentence is just the start. He's going to be charged with more crimes, I hope. No, I will never. No, I would never grow a beard. I don't.
I know. I don't think you'd be.
I don't like facial hair. No, that's not my thing. Thanks, Sarah. Oh, you can split that up for meals for the freezer if you want.
Okay.
I left some dishes out for you. All right, that was Sarah. Yay. She does great. Did Dave get carded when he was in his 20s? No, I looked old for my age. Yeah, I was at 18, I looked 21. I have pictures of me when I was 18. I'll show you. I mean, you've probably seen them. Yeah. I just started looking younger recently because of the need. Yeah, I'm concerned about the idea that, you know, the older you look, I even have a wig that makes me look like this, you know. I played that last night on Wig Wednesday. That was fun. But there's something off with the lighting in here. There's something, yeah, it's just wrong. There's something wrong. There we go. Thank you. All right, thank you. I was a little washed out. I looked like I was waiting to be embalmed. Pentagon is reviewing Elon Musk's security clearance. Oh, good. About time they have this guy launching iridium rockets. We don't even know what they're for. They look like massive balls of air pollution. Pentagon's reviewing his... You think maybe this is a little late? I mean, seriously, the U.S. Department of Defense is reviewing Elon Musk's security clearance after the SpaceX founder and CEO smoked pot on a podcast last year. Yeah, that definitely makes me think that he's completely unsafe. I think lying to people constantly and saying, like he said recently with one rocket that launched with a car inside of it, yeah, I'm sure not. He said it was so fake, it's real. I mean, what kind of a person says that? It has nothing to do with smoking pot. It has to do with the ethics of a man who dates a woman who looks like, well, his girlfriend is a little, well, they say she's 31 years old. Yeah, sure. I don't know. They make fake IDs now. You can't tell me this woman is 31 years old. Why do I do this? Look at that. She doesn't look... Grimes is her name? She doesn't look... That is not a 31-year-old. I'm sorry, but... Look at that face. Is she like 16 or something? I mean, look at this. How is this possible? You're telling me she's 31 years old? Yeah, well, He's an old guy, I know that, but there's no way she's 30. Well, no way. No way. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. Do you buy it over at iBlog? Anyway, I hope they review his security clearance for sure. That looks 31, really? Well, then I must look 14 to you. I don't know anything. I'm just guessing. That's the point. It's the person with the most educated or intelligent guess wins. She looks like a 14-year-old. I know. No. We're not setting anything up for beers. I'm not a person who consumes poison. There you go. I consent. Global climate strike, March 3rd, 5th. So everyone's worried about the global climate strike, and all the Democrats are going, oh yes, we need to worry about our cap and trade and our carbon point legislation. we all should tax each other. Right. They're brainwashing you into thinking that the climate change is happening because of the carbon emitted from your car or your ass. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply you were having flatulence problems. Let's consult the third eye, shall we? Moving third eye to the proper position. Oh, that's better. It feels better when it's in the center of my head. I don't know why. But let's look into the future for a second and wonder, are we really dealing with that, or are we dealing with the inimitable chemtrail attack? Yeah, that's the problem. We've talked about this. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. Chemtrails over land makes me sterile. Chemtrails and fluoride make me stupid. I mean, come on, people. They're dumping chemicals on our heads, and they're trying to say, it's just the carbon emitted from the livestock that are causing this. We have to charge more for beef, and because that's the only way to help pay for this, and disincentivize the use of carbon. We've got a governor in the state of Washington, Jay Inslee, who is trying to run for president, but all he can talk about is cap and trade this, cap and trade that, and it's like he's in love with cap and trade. That's all he discusses, and you'll hear about him in the news coming up. And he's a big proponent of having all of us pay taxes on our whatever. Yeah, well, the Unabomber was mad about planes flying over his cabin, no different than, a lot of people who have planes flying over their cabins. But it wasn't the chemtrails that made him crazy. The Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, was actually in the Air Force. And he was, many people don't know this, he was a bomb expert. Yeah, highly trained bomb expert for the U.S. Air Force. Yeah, his manifesto made a lot of sense to a lot of people. I've always been concerned about the advent of technology ever since I read a book called Small is Beautiful by E.F. Shoemaker. One of the most inquisitive looks or views of our economy, where we see divestiture breaking down of big corporations in the future and everything becoming compartmentalized and regional, not global. And that kind of mentality, the regional global alternative, that's over the top, buddy. You're out of here. Quarterfinals. Oh, you're still in the Prep 45 hockey tournament? Well, good for you, man. Why are you here giving us blow-by-blow updates? I mean, no one cares really that closely about the hockey thing if they're here. I think I recall vaguely what cap and trade is. It's a syntax on you using carbon points, yeah. And the problem with the cap and trade is that companies, big mega corporations, powerful ones can buy up a dairy digester that makes electricity out of cow manure, and then that same company can apply those carbon point credits to offset the charges they're being charged for polluting in our rivers and waters with pesticides. Meaning their carbon point credits can allow them to continue polluting in rivers and waters with pesticides. Now that's very true with the mega corporations, because oftentimes they own all aspects, green and non-green. So carbon point trade is really just for corporations to get away with pollution. It's not addressing the real problem, which we obviously have to fix. Innovation is the only method in which we're going to be able to achieve carbon filtration, something we need to start looking at. Carbon filtration would be a key element, but the most important thing is just stop the chemtrails. I mean, this is a no-brainer, people. A third party will have the air clean in a short period of time, stopping this massive dumping of chemicals upon our beautiful skies. It's happening daily. It's not some weird thing. It's been seen all across the nation, all around the world, and it's going on right under our nose, and we're breathing it. How ironic is that? The nose knows. So you'll know in long-term studies have shown that, the more we're exposed to this, the more likely we'll get respiratory problems like emphysema, or worse, lung cancer. Yeah. Now we know that diesel coming out of the buses that sit next to people at bus stops causes a higher incidence of lung cancer. Yet the government doesn't talk about the dangers of diesel pollution upon our population. They actually call it the clean burning fuel. I'm not kidding. When in fact, it's really, really bad for people, and it causes cancer in larger numbers than people who are avoiding bus stops. So old, people that are forced to get on the public transit system. Oh, that didn't work. Hang on. People that are forced to get on the public transit system have to sit there and get lung cancer too. Thank you. All right. Let's talk about Manafort. There's a lot more to Manafort than meets the eye, and we haven't even seen any real investigation by Mueller. He hasn't gone to the nth degree. We need that next trial. What happened to that next trial? It was a plea agreement, and Manafort violated the plea agreement because Trump has been slipping him notes going, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll be sure to pardon you. Don't worry. Don't say a thing. I got you covered, brother." We know that he tried to do it with Michael Cohen. Cohen admitted he was contacted by the Trump team that they were going to offer him a plea agreement. Excuse me, they were going to offer him a pardon. Trump was, but not anymore. The Y2K moment for GPS systems is just a month away. And you got one on Venezuela? Okay, thank you.
Oh boy, guys. Venezuela plunges into darkness amid widespread outage, the biggest yet in a country where power failures have become common.
Wow.
Is that true? We don't know. President Nicolas Maduro blasted the outage as an electrical war directed by the United States in a statement on Twitter, but no proof. Well, what do you guys think?
Well, I think that Maduro is doing the right thing by not taking in shipments of anything. It could be, dangerous weapons, explosives. Terrorist attacks could occur at this border. Once he opens his border to humanitarian aid, he's basically open to a potential problem. And weapons shipments into his country could really destabilize his nation right now. So I get where Maduro is coming from. I'm not pushing for his regime to retain control. I want what's best for the country, but I'm not in any way promoting Guaido. I just don't believe that we need to do that at this point. We don't need to take sides. You see, our country being an interventionist nation, we've kind of got ourselves into trouble. In this case, Trump is being used by the New World Order to take over Venezuela, which has strong amounts of oil and many different assets. This is a classic New World Order economic hit against Venezuela is what's happening, and Trump's behind it. And how could you not see that? How could you possibly think that he isn't doing what the New World Order and Henry Kissinger want, So in a way, Trump is just playing his hand out, and you people are, if you're stupid enough to believe that he's still stopping the deep state, you must be out to lunch. You might as well, tattoo a Donald Trump number on your whatever. Don't hurt your flesh. The Y2K moment, GPS. Do you know where you'll be on April 6, 2019? If you heavily rely on GPS, you may not be able to determine where you are when that date rolls around. That's because GPS navigation technology was originally built with a short-sighted timekeeping system that will reset next month and has the potential to cause chaos. When the Y2K bug threatened to throw global computer systems out of whack at the turn of the millennium, it set off panic, and everyone waited for our newly connected world to crumble at the stroke of midnight. When all that was said and done, the hype was overblown, and the errors that did occur had relatively minor impact. That's probably why a similar flaw in older GPS systems has flown under the radar. We'd simply refuse to get fooled again. Okay. Well, April 9th is the big day, or April 6th is the big date. So April 6th, keep that on your GPS system. And if it loses track of where you are, that means the NSA don't know exactly where you are at that given time. So it creates a huge problem for the NSA. And how's it going to impact our life? I mean, seriously, your navigator doesn't work in your car? Really? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's just, I think it is hype. I was one of those people that fell for the Y2K situation. I prepared, much like Trump prepared with this trailer park resident of the trailer park, putting together a buffet of fast food. Sarah and I we went to Winco Foods here in Washington. Actually, we went to the one in California and bought a bunch of food for Y2K. And, we still have a lot of that food still. The dried beans I still have. I still have this is Y2K food, folks. I mean, this is like 19 years old. I still have the powdered milk. Yeah. So I'm prepared. No question about it. I am, but that's because I have a third eye. And I saw the future. But no, I really believe that if you don't prepare, you're going to face the music. You're not going to be ready. So get something in your cupboards. Stock up on some things that you like to eat. Whatever. Yeah, assuming it's not, something that would be perishable. LOL, Dave. Yeah, so just start, preparing for the worst, but hope for the best. That's what I'm saying. And if you want, the first thing you want to do is flush all those bad, negative thoughts out of your head, and just start realizing you're here for your happiness, believe it or not. And I know a lot of people are having a hard time with that, but bear in mind, a lot of people are ready for the next wave for America, cleaning our environment, cleaning our world, making it better, cleaning our water. These are really at the essence of what a third party is all about, is we're going to take those issues on head on, as opposed to sidelining like the Democrats, Republicans are doing right now. We got a job plan, solar rooftop revolution. And we are ready.
person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal cleaner environment, and less war. And less war. Cleaner environment and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. Cleaner environment and less war. And less war. And less war. And less war. And less war.
All right, that was Scissor Fights, a cleaner environment and less war. Thank you very much, Scissor Fight. That was awesome. The futures of 5G, 50,000 G will be beamed the internet straight to your brain. Oh my goodness.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
Whoa, that looks really good. Okay, we've got a very good video there on the 5G network and its future. Okay, thanks for that link. And we've got Ventura in Darkness. Got that already in the lineup. Good. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about April 6th and the breakdown. Hey, so see that these are some of the ideas that could be rolling out daily. The Army Corps of Engineers is already contracted with a company, as you can see, to develop these things for the military. So why wouldn't we have these available for our own rooftops? And why can't we mass produce things and start rolling out technology that'll save us a lot of money on our energy, lowering our overall energy profile by 30%? It's not going to get us 100% renewable energy based. It's not even going to get us to the 60% that California wants to achieve by 2030. But it's a definite step in the right direction, and it doesn't destabilize our competitive free market. You see, if the government can compete in the free market, we have every opportunity to build a platform that doesn't rely on your taxes. Whereas the socialist model the Democrats would propose would be the government would take over all solar manufacturing and be the sole distributor and charge a set amount, and you'd have to pay it or else. This is a totally different way of getting the government to compete directly in a market that could very well be a strong long-term market for years to come. CERN drops Italian scientists who complained about women in physics. Okay. They're cleaning house. A lot of the political correctness is coming out of the UN. And we talked last week about how the Tavistock Institute was firing a bunch of people who were not gender neutral. It's amazing. All these government companies are taking this attitude of political correctness, which is completely coming out of the Democrats. It's weird. It's like a socialist revolution. They're pushing their groupthink on the world. CERN cuts ties with sexist scientist Alessandro Strumia. Okay, decision follows an investigation into comments first reported by BBC News made by Professor Strumia at the CERN workshop on gender equality. He said some people hated hearing about higher male variance. This idea comes from Darwin, like other offensive ideas that got observational support. I mean, that's ridiculous. Science is not about being offended when facts challenge ideas held sacred. Yeah, and he added he believed he had not been fairly treated. I don't think he has been fairly treated. That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. This is like xenophobia coming out of the overly uptight, politically correct CERN UN group. There you have it. Those Luciferians up to no good again, trying to define a new normal. That's what this whole thing is, to push us towards LGBTQ. That's why I said no to LGBTQ. No to discrimination. We won't change laws that are currently in place, but we're not going to add to them. And this is Kitboga. He will feature, the Kitboga show features a guy getting scammers to admit that they're, trying to scam people. He's really popular on Twitch. I would be too if they hadn't censored me and banned me and IP banned me. I'd be a popular guy on Twitch too. Kitboga. 21 minutes of that. Baiting aggressive refund scammers. I like his stuff. You know, it's good filler for our show. I need stuff that makes sense. You know, people don't want to be scammed. But Strumia is the only one that can come up with his results between men and women in scientific research. Well, that does not matter. He is still entitled to free speech under the law, especially international law regarding free speech must be protected. Many of you people who are so politically correct, you have no idea what you're doing. You're stomping on free speech everywhere you turn. There is no First Amendment in this country dedicated to political correctness. I mean, there just isn't. I mean, come on. Let the guy speak his mind. He's a scientist. Let him do his work. This is the mindset of a bunch of political, I guess, Neanderthals, for lack of a better word. Much the way the Vatican held back Galileo's brilliant observance of our world and its position with the sun and its rotational axis. They burn him at the stake? And then they apologized to the family about 10 years ago? It took this long, 500 years, for the Vatican to apologize to Galileo. Unbelievable. So yeah, people, after 350 years, the Vatican says Galileo was right. It moves. So this is how difficult it is. Einstein said that great spirits will always encounter opposition from mediocre minds. This is a this is a digitized version of an article from the Times print. This is when this happened. More than 350 years after the Roman Catholic Church condemned Galileo, Pope John Paul II is poised to rectify one of the Church's most infamous wrongs: the persecution of the Italian astronomer and his physicist for proving the Earth moves around the sun. It took 350 years for them to apologize. Dun 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 dun. Pontificate or not, your free speech has been terminated. You unfortunately have violated the very tenet of this show, and that is not to stalk and to do no harm. You, sir, have one goal in your mind. And I'm not sure if Mark is unbanning all your names. I think he is. Yeah, there's something wrong with that person. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think if you vote for Trump, what you'll find is a guy who's going to destabilize relations with China, cost you to have empty shelves because of Chinese cutbacks in imports. They're already seeing major dips. Dip in the stock market too. We're seeing major rifts in the stock market. Down another 200 points today. Donald Trump is not engendering any positive growth. He's simply a guy using a scam, like, oh, buy my tie. It's a Trump tie line. It's a wonderful tie line. You really should buy it. Did I mention we should buy my tie? Well, you can't buy this tie. It's not for sale. But he's always trying to brand what we're doing, and it's not working. The systemic flaws in our economy are not being rectified. It doesn't take a genius to realize that our basic retail sector is declining rapidly, with Sears and JCPenney's, Radio Shack now under. Even Toys R Us, barely hanging on in Canada. But our government's done nothing to prop up our retail sector. Nothing. And while you watch people become homeless in your area that would normally have a job working in some, store selling things, and while you continue to not buy things because you don't have any extra money, deep down you'd like to buy things, but you don't have any extra money, our economy languishes, and we are stuck in this doldrum, if you will, where Trump says we have 4% unemployment when we actually have 45% unemployment. 97 million out of 215 million potential workers are unemployed. including myself. I choose not to work because I like that guy, Frog Dog. I mean, I don't want to bust my butt and wear my body out when I'm looking good and working out. I retired at the age of 50. I just said I really don't need to expend too much more money other than, the basics. It doesn't take a lot to live decent. You could live very humbly and get by and work out every day. Yeah, but the reason why I retired at 50 wasn't because I was extremely wealthy with a massive collection of beyond your wildest dreams. But it's because I don't spend a lot of money. I'm not like the Rothschilds, who have tons of money to disperse. I, however, do not choose to disperse anything other than, what it takes for me to eat during the day. I mean, how hard is it to live on $6? I made a pork stir fry today for only $6. They could feed 8 people at least. It's fantastic. You're doing so well, David. Amazing. You're showing the world how to live sustainably. Yes. It's a hard position to get your head into. Yes, I'm just trying to fit it in now. Well, I suppose. See, my face is almost identical in so many ways. It's uncanny. I'm really not sure how this works. All right, thank you for letting me entertain the idea that he looks like me. Look at the tiny floating house. Dave, okay, I will check it out. Thank you so much. We are now looking at the tiny floating house, a brand new type of technology that many people are thinking would be ideal. Yeah, remember Kevin Costner in Waterworld? It could be your future. I'm thinking of moving on a barge. I know. Considering there's way more property out there in the ocean. Kodasema rethinks the life aquatic with floating tiny home. Oh, beautiful. Very nice. I would like to agree, but I want privacy. Oh, look at this. This is amazing. Ooh, yeah, I'm digging it, man. That's cool, baby. All right, now. That's cool, man. Well, the increase in storm activity at sea is not necessarily going to destroy it. It could easily have ballast that can maintain its stability in the water. Have you seen the newest idea that Meow TV has suggested? Yes, he suggested something rather odd the other day. It's rather unique. The downtown is being built up in Toronto, yeah. Yeah, let me show you what Meow TV suggests. He took the blimp plane to a higher level. I know. See, there have been super blimps for many years. We've talked about, even this was a 1946 rendition of a blimp plane. And then, of course, the famous Blimpenberg, in which the blimp plane blew up. That was a terrible day for blimps. The Blimpenberg has a history that we would rather not like to remember. But no, I'm kidding. There was no Blimpenberg. It was the Hindenburg. Hold, please. Yeah, look at this. Introducing the blimp boat. It can fly, it can cruise, it can go underwater. The blimp boat, a cruise liner retrofitted with 3 capacity buoyant blimps, capable of keeping it afloat, and it can lift it off the water in high winds or high water, high wave situations. That's very interesting. But there's been all kinds of great technologies that resemble that in our in our past, like the Hindenburg. But yeah, this tent camper here is ideal for outfitting your family. You got your 4-wheel drive. You can get it up above the animal level so that bears are not a problem. And you can be completely retrofitted, ready for action out there in the time for placenta spray. Thank you. Excellent. Good choice. Now this is one technology that would be fantastic if it were ever to come to fruition. No, seriously, you could run off on the blimp plane idea. We could certainly talk about that. This is an idea whose time has truly come. The luxury blimp cruise liner. A floating cruise liner with all the comforts of home. Isn't that nice? Yeah, it's so, as that to me would be a vacation away from. I just don't trust it collapsing, but it's full of air and helium, and it's a brilliant idea. I don't think this is a CGI. It's not real. It's not. Yeah, good luck. Isn't that a cool idea though? It looks really fancy, dude. I know there for sure, man. You know, like for sure. What? Huh? I know. Oh, I said that already. And they think Americans are getting stupid. Boy, they know nothing. To think that they think that. But yeah, there's been a great deal of interest in my blimp plane idea, which is perhaps the best idea we've got here. I know that Donald made fun of it. He called it an April Fool's joke, but he claimed he was developing one, but which is kind of funny. Another idea he stole. But yeah, here's the blimp plane idea, and it's designed to use huge amounts of fuselage out there in the middle of Arizona and Nevada. The blimp submarine, there you go. See, we got people already thinking about new blimp technologies. Sure. Absolutely. We have a huge amount of planes that are sitting there doing nothing. And I mean lots of planes. This is just a small little taste of one of the lots. And there are lots all over the place with jets galore, 747s, and all we have to do is get something to strap into the main section of, the main portion of the plane. Tie into its spine, if you will. And so the bracketed technology we are proposing here would give it that ability, and an exoskeleton made out of carbon fiber or graphene or something like that, even something biodegradable like hemp. Hempine. Hempine might be a positive thing, or the possibility of strewn hemp as an outer layer. But bottom line is, if we can build the dirigible and get the lift necessary to get up off the ground comfortably, we've got 85% of the fuel saved. I hope this isn't what Ocasio-Cortez was thinking about with her green idea and getting rid of all the planes that we have. A hemp blimp. No, I am getting real. It turns out that graphene is way more expensive than strewn hemp. I know that sounds kind of hard for you to understand because you're like, what? I think Trump would think of that if he was smart. I'm sure he'd think of that. But no, the graphene is actually extremely expensive, and there are some positive aspects of hemp with binders like the sap that's in trees. There is actually a very strong binding unit there. Lignin. And lignin and mixed with hemp can create a very strong surface. So it's possible we could create a light dirigible out of that. I'm just coming up with different ways of making carbon fiber. That's all I'm looking at. Because the cost of this unit might be astronomical if it was made with graphene. But if we could get these units built and get them up there and tested on one unit, let's see what we can do. The ultimate thing would be to go from LA to New York, say for $100, and you'd be able to travel in luxury, very little turbulence. There would be no chance of any type of an air accident because we'd have breakaway parachutes on the front and rear to stabilize the vehicle, and then the entire outer exoskeleton can be used as a parachute. If some part of this netting broke loose, it would still function as a basic parachute and would draw from a center post, to maintain its stability. So any number of things could retain it so that you could not crash in this. It'd be crash proof. And then of course we could build a beautiful vape lounge back here in the back portion of the plane where we could have, people could meet each other, like have a juice bar. In the middle part of the plane we have sleeping cubicles, arrays of chairs that you can lay back in, like the kind they have on Amtrak. We could probably use those same chairs actually, because they're going to be breaking down a few Amtrak trains pretty soon. But all of this could be built into something that's very affordable and saving on energy well into the future. So the goal is to maximize the amount of energy we have on the planet, because we know that peak oil may exist, it may not exist. Hey, man. Hey, Butch, what's going on? Is it Butch? Yeah. Hey, dude. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, your audio is not on, but that's cool. Now we got a guy in there watching us on ProCams. Cool. Well, thank you, man. David, look, the Momo Challenge. It's a dangerous social media game encouraging kids to take their lives, or a recurring viral hoax. Yeah, I'll look at that tonight.
This ghoul is freaking everyone out.
Yeah.
She's called Momo. She's got bug eyes, long stringy hair, a monstrous grimace, and spooky chicken leg.
I'm a little concerned about playing it in this show. I'll play it in our second, show, because I don't want to get anybody weird thoughts, There's that Slender Man story on the internet. We try to stay away from stuff like that. Spooky chicken legs and all that weird stuff. But I'll play it later tonight. I just don't think it's important to record a story so evil as an internet hoax that's turning kids to kill themselves. Well, you never heard of this either, I know. Well, now you have. Yes, we just showed you the blimp cruise ship, dude. Yeah, didn't you see that? And then the Meow idea, the Ze Blimp boat. You just looked at that, did you not? And you just looked at the tent camper I showed you for ultimate survival. Yeah, man. Okay, so you're getting your audio back up. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right. Well, we got a lot of American patriots in the room, and he's obviously a guy who likes to, have a we have a ProCam thing down here underneath the screen, and he's in there right now. I think it's Butch, or is it B. Mitch? We could get prefab roofs with Dr. One like CopperTech. With drone like ChopperTech. Oh yeah, there you go. Drone and ChopperTech could deliver roofs, yeah, prefabricated roofs. Well, that's the whole idea behind the rolling roof idea, the solar panel idea, which is part of our homestead renewal plan. Is you could get a drone lifter to go up and lift that roof right onto the roof, ultimately, or a lifter, or a skip-ho or something, and put it up there, and then you got your men who can roll it out, and then all you have to do is glue it down and screw it in. Glue it, screw it, and you're done. Throw some epoxy on the seam so it doesn't drip in underneath the roof. Now, I think we could do a solar panel that could go from point to point and fuse them together and do the entire roof in solar panels. Stewart, we just have to remove you from the show. You're Melko, everyone. He's a stalker. He just keeps coming in here. Screw it, then glue it. You have to glue it first before you screw it. Yeah, the glue has to go down first. If you screw it in, how are you going to get the glue underneath? Duh. Jeez, haven't you ever laid any towels or anything, buddy? Jeez, man. Now, if you want to work on a homestead renewal plan, we'll have a job for everybody at $15 an hour to start. If you're a journeyman plumber or carpenter or electrician, you can get up to $25 an hour. And all of this is funded through the Department of the Interior, actually. Yes. It's actually Housing and Urban Development, HUD. And the funds that we have right now for a home, which is the home program, is around $5 billion to $6 billion. We have enough money to buy property in Detroit, fix up properties, and provide, incredible new locations for people. I'm just going to throw it out there. If you haven't heard, Michigan is now legal marijuana. So in case some of you are getting close to retirement age and you want to buy a house, I'm going to show you a utility I have on the internet that is fantastic. You do too. It's called Zillow.com. And if you want to find a piece of property in any part of the country, and say we were doing this with a housing program, we would be able to go to Zillow and click on it and put it in what we're looking for. Say I want to buy houses at, say, a maximum of $8,000. Well, here's Detroit, and there's 2 houses right now for $8,000. Let's take a look. Okay, this house right now is $4,200 in Detroit. It's a foreclosure, and it's got a lot of work, the interiors, but look at the brick. It's fantastic. These are some of the nicest built brick houses in the world. But this house is $4,500. It needs a lot of work. I mean, no question about it, but look at the design. I mean, there's potential there. If you really want to throw your whole being into this, you could actually, so this would be a typical house that we could literally revamp. And if we could get them next to other ones in a sequence, we could cordon off the whole area and buy the whole block. Now, if we have some people holding out, we just won't use that block until they finally want to sell. But we would offer them fair market value for their houses. Yeah, but mowing it down and building a new one for $75,000 is not saving the infrastructure and not saving the bones of those houses. That's the strongest part of Detroit. Is these houses are built like rocks. They're the best built houses in the country during that time period. And we throw solar rooftops on all the south-facing roofs. We do all new interior, even get a blower that could blow hemp insulation into each panel so it's mold resistant and withstands the test of time. We could have a blowing system that would save us a heck of a lot on insulation, and we just roll it into each new house and blow a new insulation in these lath and plaster houses. It'd be fantastic. You blow into these things. Of course, you'd have to check for termites first and, determite the house, but then blow into them and you just seal everything off with hemp insulation, and you'll have an incredible long-term investment. Now, the nice thing is you can grow up to 12 plants in Michigan. Now, that's a pretty strong amount of plants for a single person. And if I legalize marijuana, it will open up an opportunity for people to become, wholesalers and be able to pay a 10% tax to the U.S. government when they sell it. But maybe we could have people, fast-tracked into marijuana production, because the future of CBD and THC, I think, is growing worldwide. They're saying $30 billion estimated. This could turn out to be a $100 billion industry rather quickly. But I'm just throwing it out there that Michigan is a place where you can legally grow 12 plants for yourself now. Missouri is, I think, 6 plants, but they legalized it as well. So if you want to go to Missouri, you could check out property there, say Springfield, Missouri. Now you're talking about an area that you're not dealing with an element, that is obviously a crime element. You're dealing with just standard people, just average people. Springfield's a fairly nice community. Take a look. There's nothing there for 8,000, so let's go up to, say, 15. Nothing there for 15,000. Let's go to 25. Huh. Okay. Wow. Prices are going up in Springfield, man. Something's not right. There has been an error. Okay, so there is some property over here. 26,000 in this is still Michigan. Sorry. No wonder I was having problems. I was in Springfield, Michigan. Thank you. Okay, let's try something else. Let's looking at a $20,000. Springfield, Michigan. There you go. Check that out. I don't know what the property tax is, but it's probably pretty low. For $20,000, you could live a Norman Rockwell life. Yes, poor people have realized that being homeless and free is preferable to working all your life, taxed into economic bondage, and forced into perpetual debt. Well put, Guest 189. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your input. Yeah, well stated. Well, yeah, putting up solar panels in a tornado alley is, I agree. Unless they're under glass, and it's a heavy piece of glass on the ground, or plexiglass. But yeah, you don't really have an inside view of this thing, but this is a typical house, you know, and on a typical street in the United States of America with an electric pole. And you're in a nice community, and that's a cul-de-sac. Look at that. It's a cul-de-sac house. You got the last house in the row there. You go down the street and, you know, say, hey, yeah, I'm check everything out here. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. There's no other picture of the house besides that, but that's $20,000. So look at the deals. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Wow. Isn't it amazing? 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Oh, no, that's not a good deal. 66,000. Here's 33,000. We'll get you this house in Springfield, Missouri. 33,000. Nice, really nice back area they have to clean up. Possible garden, landscaping opportunity. Oh, decent street. You know, look at the pavement's not bad. It's right there. It's got a kind of a... Yeah, there you go. So, all right. So you can't really find much for $28,000, but there you go. Zillow.com. This is the Caravan. Leaked documents show the U.S. government tracking journalists and immigrant advocates through a secret database. Oh, yeah, well, they don't have to go very far. Veritas did a deep, in-depth study of the Beto O'Rourke campaign, and they found that Beto O'Rourke, the lead campaign manager, was actually funneling money right into the Caravan down there to encourage the caravans. And by the way, we had 75,000 people coming into the border this past year. 75,000 people have come to the border this past month. Thank you. 100,000 are due by the end of March. So it is a problem getting worse, for sure. I got to go through these things. Debunking the myth that Zionism is anti-Semitic. That was a very good article. If you want to read this, it's from The Guardian. It really, if you're worried about, you know, having your family think that you're anti-Semitic when you're anti-Zionist, you can just read the article and you can explain exactly where you're coming from. Because we're not anti-Semitic at all. I have a lot of Jewish people in the show who know that I'm not against Jewish people. Manafort got 4 years. That was a big story. We're done with this one. This is Acosta. Hopefully the Jeffrey Epstein case will get to come to fruition. Jeffrey Epstein got off light with only 1 year while he trafficked 60 child prostitutes, allegedly. And this article is about how the Democrats are totally impeaching the president. I didn't really read from it last night because most of it was just Maxine Waters ranting and raving. But I think if the Democrats organize their thoughts, and they'll realize that Donald Trump has about 4 or 5 different felony counts, that if they want to piece it together, they could build a case. I don't see why they haven't. It seems pretty simple. I could name them on my hand. Oh yeah, and this last night we talked about North Korea is rebuilding its long-range rocket site. Photos show. So Donald Trump didn't accomplish anything with Kim Jong-un. It was very strange. It seemed as though Kim Jong-un was drawn into that meeting with the intent that he was going to get 900,000 bottles of vodka, and then Russia turned on him at the end and pulled the plug on his plan to get 900,000 bottles of vodka. I'm serious. I wish it wasn't the case. So somebody gets drunk and rambles for 5 hours. Who's that? On what show? Lime Bricky? Are you talking about your show here? And now you like to get drunk and ramble for 5 hours? Wow.
Hitting the United States. Say this satellite image shows Kim Jong-un is already rebuilding a key missile site dormant since last August, used to launch long-range missiles banned by the UN. Only 48 hours after the president walked away from the summit because Kim would not start dismantling key weapons.
To start up this activity only 48 hours after the failed summit is a clear sign that they are that they're angry and that they want to send a message to President Trump.
In Hanoi, the president said,
Chairman Kim promised me last night is regardless, he's not going to do testing of rockets and nuclear. Not going to do testing. So, I trust him and I take him at his word. I hope that's true.
Experts say the image does not show a missile being moved to the launch pad, but shows a testing stand, a crane, and activity on the railway to transport a missile, not random maintenance.
North Korea could launch a 3-stage intercontinental ballistic missile from the site capable of hitting the United States.
All this while cyber experts say North Korean hackers kept attacking U.S. banks and utilities even during the summit.
Okay.
An electric storm moving.
All right. So we are definitely dealing with a man who coddled Kim and gave him everything he wanted. Vladimir Putin put the meeting together. Trump just said, "Oh, whatever you want, Donald. I mean, whatever you want, Vladimir. I'll be glad to go." And then it'll make me look better, won't it? Yeah. So and then it didn't amount to anything, and then now we have nothing. We just have this empty space called why. The Pentagon may tap military pay pensions for border wall. Oh man, are you serious? That would be a big mistake. Can you imagine cutting back on the salaries of our U.S. military so that Trump could finance something that he should have financed the way I said he should have financed it, instead of the blunder of mistakes that he's made ever since he copied my idea? It's amazing. Yes, an ex-Trump campaign boss, Manafort, fit 47 months. Okay, we're good there. Yeah, there's a strong chance that Fukushima's technology, the underground ice wall, may actually keep the nuclear radiation at bay. Now, they haven't been able to get this thing to work yet, but they keep talking about it. And their massive underground ice wall keeps nuclear... Think Game of Thrones, but this one is underground and defends against a far more realistic threat. The intricate network of small pipes and capped off by 6-foot-high metal scaffolding shouldn't stand out amid the numerous pieces of industrial equipment littering the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. All right, well, that's nice. I hope that works out for them. I know it hasn't worked yet, but there was a leach in the wall lining, I heard. And this story on technology. U.S. military changing killing machine robotank program after controversy. The Army is moving quickly to adopt new technologies that comes with public relations pitfalls. It was a frightening and dramatic headline. The U.S. Army wants to turn tanks into AI-powered killing machines. The story, published this week in Quartz, details a new advanced targeting and lethality automated system, or ATLAS, which seeks to give ground combat vehicles the ability to acquire, identify, and engage targets at least 3 times faster than the current manual process. But the response seems to have spooked the Army, which is now changing its request for information to better emphasize the program will follow Defense Department policy on human control of lethal robots. Well, I don't know. Donald Trump just announced that he doesn't have to account for civilian casualties from drones, so I'm not so sure we're going in that direction. Like, we're not really being more transparent. We're being less transparent from Donald's perspective. So this is a very scary place for us to be, not, being transparent and then having our government create killing machines. Yeah, danger. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Will, please, Will, help me. Mr. Robinson, you must go back to the ship. I watched too much I Lost in Space when I was a kid. Lost in Space was really popular back then. Of course, maybe you are lost in space. Yeah, so he's having a good old time. He made $90 million so far in his hotel in D.C., kicking butt financially. He didn't need any money. He just making money on himself. Conflict of interest, all under the nose of the Democrats, showing how completely powerless they are to do anything. Ooh, I like that. I don't watch Golden Girls, no, never did. I was offended by Betty White. Yeah. She seems like a hardcore beep, and I just didn't like her attitude. Dude, I only liked the robot on that show too. I would watch whole episodes just to see the badass robot. Thanks, Moving Nerd. Mr. Robinson. Caution, caution. Yeah, we have some of those clips. They're hot. They are hot and they're ready to go. Oh, please. Thank you. Audio. Caution. Caution. Caution.
Caution, caution, there is danger.
There you go. That's one of them. Remember that? You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the wonderful world of Lost in Space.
Danger, danger.
Caution. Okay, 80, yeah, you guys didn't live through that era, but hey, you missed a lot. It's okay. That does not compute.
I compute you well.
I compute you well. He had kind of a deeper voice than this. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Danger, danger.
Yeah, that's not the same one. Hey, that was great talking, though, and having fun discussing that. Okay, we're wrapping up these different little, final things for our getting ready for our Friday show. I don't really think I have a set plan tonight. I didn't really have any major new scientific developments that amounted to anything other than the killing machine that the military is going to have to sell a different way. The Atlas program. Yeah, I don't think I want to go there. Yeah, I don't trust the military to build AI systems, actually, even though they claim that they're doing a good job. But this is the article that's really disturbing. This past week, many of you didn't hear, Trump is revoking Obama-era rule on disclosing civilian casualties from U.S. airstrikes outside war zones. Now, as you recall, 8 days into his presidency, Donald Trump killed 31 people. None of them proved to be terrorists. One was a little 8-year-old girl. Well, Betty White developed that character, and then she came out with this supercilious, saccharine smile of hers, which made it even worse. It was like, I don't like you to start with, and now you're smiling at me and trying to be nice. Have I ever cut a boat in half? No, I never have purposely, willfully cut a boat in half. Could you be a little bit more relevant, Howie? I mean, this is ridiculous. Okay, so he cut the boat in half, put it on super strong tape and for an infomercial, and then he wrote it. I believe you. Yeah, he killed an 8-year-old. Not the Big Lebowski. No, that was a different 8-year-old. Yeah, that was Larry. Right. That's that whole Larry scene. Yeah, we don't want to go there. Chicken Soup, another irrelevant statement. You guys are being punished for being irrelevant and not showing any intelligent chat thought. We have a certain chat level that you have to reach. If you don't reach the level of at least a 90 IQ, we pull you out. I'm using a type of chat DAR to determine your intelligence quotient based on your chat selection. Every individual chatter is being analyzed individually in real time. If North Korea attacked anyone, it would be a suicide move. They've considered suicide. Yeah. I don't think they'd have a problem with suicide. Iran also looks at suicide as a good thing. That's the problem with rogue nations having nuclear weapons. I tried to explain that during the Obama era when they authorized Iran to have a nuclear weapon in their treaty. I was like, what? And Iran says, well, it's not your place to decide whether we have nuclear weapons or not. U.S. cancels journalist award over her criticism of Trump. Wow. Talk about controlling the message. Welcome to 1984. Wow. Taking a journalist award over her criticism of Trump. Boy, I think Trump is going to try to produce anti-hate laws against Trump. He would love that. I would like to create a law. I mean, enforcing it that anyone who says anything bad about me will automatically be court-martialed and hauled out and without a trial killed on the spot. And my supporters are so loyal that they would still vote for me. Yeah. God, can you believe this? Whatever happened to free speech and free press? Jessica Aro, a Finnish investigative journalist, has faced down death threats and harassment over her work exposing Russia's propaganda machine long before the 2016 U.S. presidential election. And in January, the U.S. State Department took notice, telling Aro she would be honored with the prestigious International Woman of Courage Award. Her courage, to be presented in Washington by Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Weeks later, the State Department rescinded the award offer. The State Department spokesman said it was due to a regrettable error. But Aro and U.S. officials familiar with the international deliberations or internal deliberations tell a different story. They say the department revoked her award after U.S. officials went through Aro's social media posts and found she had also frequently criticized President Donald Trump. You have been removed. It created a shitstorm of getting her unceremoniously kicked off the list, said one U.S. diplomatic source familiar with the internal deliberations. By the way, the word shitstorm is popular now because Angela Merkel recently used it in an international speech about the world she's living in Germany. Anyway, side note. I think it was obviously the wrong decision on so many levels, the source said. The decision had nothing to do with her work. If anyone criticizes me, I'm not going to give them an award. I don't want them to have an award. I don't think it's right. I mean, what a creep. A powerful shitstorm. Yeah, in 2016, I started using the S word on the show because I realized it was time. The time had arrived for the S word to be discussed. Yeah, we've reached that point. In 2016, everything became kind of mixed up with Hillary and Donald being the worst two choices out there and our system creating these two worst choices. It's really a statement about our system and how people are being suppressed and our freedom is being censored. Like even our third party attempt is being censored daily. Controlled hydrogen burning charge batteries. I could imagine that can controlled hydrogen burning charge batteries. Well, too many parts. Yeah. You need to use the hydrogen to heat up some sort of fluid that would rapidly move a turbine to generate electricity. Water would be perfectly good choice. Hydrogen burning a reaction that would heat water would create a steam engine. Probably your most efficient use of hydrogen, because it then reverts back to its original state of water. Yeah, great idea. I'll give it some thought. Yeah. You're just pontificating here. Yeah. Well, there are people that are developing fuel cell technology, and fuel cell technology is perhaps the newest, most promising area for storing a lot of energy for a long time. Here's Toyota's big bet on fuel cell technology. They recently released a truck that runs on hydrogen. The company has been moving in the direction of creating more 0% emission vehicles, including this new line of heavy-duty trucks. Wow. What is hydrogen fuel technology? Hello? Yes, how can I help you? Go ahead. What's your question? Hang on, we got to add your number. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah. Engine burning gasoline hybrid cars use both combustion. Well, yeah, there you have it. Hydrogen fuel is stored in carbon fiber tanks and fed into the fuel stack. When it interacts with oxygen from outside the vehicle, the reaction produces electricity. Wow. So they're literally burning electricity and advancing this engine using it. Wow, road range of 300 miles? For a truck, that's huge. Toyota says the freight traffic accounts for 7% of global carbon emissions. The new beta truck is a way to start a hydrogen-free society. Producer, Sierra BN. There you go. That's great, isn't it? It looks like a very promising area. Fuel cell technology. See, we talked about something important. Doesn't that make you feel better? I know you're kind of lacking in the specifics for the show. Oh man, we got Pedophile Island coming up. Our one and only 153news.net link. If you have any other 153news.net links that you want to see, bring it in. There's a 13-minute video on Pedophile Island, the Lolita Express, bringing up this Jeffrey Epstein case more and more, especially since it's in the news. As load decreases, how do you convert depressurization into another power source? It turns out that electricity is, depressurization in another power source. Well, I think that you could convert it into a liquid hydrogen through hydrolysis. Any electricity that you have in the remainder of your reaction could be diverted into a capacitor, which could generate enough energy to power up a hydrolysis device, then sequester the hydrogen in a separate tank, like pressurized liquid hydrogen. They say that liquid hydrogen might be a currency in the future. How about just looking up Austin local news, people getting shot all over the place? Well, how about you giving me a link? How about you giving me a link instead? I agree. The U.S. is focusing on the crimes of others whilst ignoring its own. Until it applies it to itself, the same laws and standards it holds to others. I agree. I mean, Jethro Tull made a good point. If we can't build a democracy here, why would we go down to Venezuela trying to implant a democracy under the playbook of the New World Order? You know, why would Trump be doing this? We certainly don't have a democracy here. And when he claimed that he's passing an executive order for free speech in America, I had to laugh. I think a chicken biscuit with hash browns for $2 is a good deal. Yeah, I would see that as a viable breakfast opportunity. No, these are actually radiation patterns emitted from phased array radar. What you're seeing behind me is the coming future of the 5G, 6G network and how it will create all these EMF radiation footprints which are dangerous to the human population. And I'm trying to warn people about it. Our government doesn't understand the dangers. AI, are we there yet, Dad? Good. You got a good one, Scissor Fight found. Thank you. On AI tonight. Excellent. We'll be looking at that at the end of the show in 7 minutes. Wow. Dana Carvey, Master of Disguise. Okay, you got a link. Finally, Fox 7 News. Let's see what's going on in Austin, Texas. Home of the original Alex Jones, not the fake guy, the Bill Hicks guy, but the original Alex Jones. Austin, Texas. What's going on? Police line. Wow. A shooting near I-35 leaves 1 dead. The homeless crisis on Red River continues. Okay, this is local news, dude. I mean, yeah, we got problems all around the country. This Pflugerville police arrest suspect accused of firing a gun inside an IHOP. Police investigating after body found in Lake Austin. Round Rock police say mother abandoned 5 children to visit Myrtle Beach. Drunk driver crashes into police car, making DWI arrest. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff all over the country, and Austin's not just the only place with things happening. But I guess for you, Lime Bricky, it is. I think 5G will kill us fast. I do. I think it's already proven to be dangerous. You know, the men who go up on those poles are dying they're like 50% of them are dying of brain cancer. Yeah. And then this one.
Hey guys, it's Relevant Truth. Thanks for stopping by. The New York Post reported on this a few days ago, but I hadn't seen much coverage of it. They are now saying that believing in conspiracy theories might make you a criminal and claim to have the science to prove it.
Okay, here they go. They're going to try to silence everybody in the world. No one will be allowed to talk about anything someday. Your social credits will be denied and you won't be able to travel outside of your perimeter. Welcome to 1984 circa 2020. 2020. Welcome to 2020. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Dude, David knows this 5G is bad news. Yeah, it is. We're all aware of it. And that's why I brought it up. That's why we've been talking about it. 5G's got these ridiculous wires being put up all over the place. They're all over LA right now. It's like they turned LA into a microwave oven. One guy walked around with his camera and he said, look at all these 5G things above us. Why do we need something that'll transmit to our house when we already have phone lines, we already have cable lines, we have electricity lines? Why do we need something that'll send a signal 15 feet into our house from outside the street? Makes no sense at all, other than to weaponize the earth and turn it into a microwave oven. Now, I came up with this theory last week that's pretty serious, and I might as well tell you upon closing. Yeah, I think I'll go back to these glasses. Thanks. No, gotta do it again. That's better. If we look at what has happened in the 5G network and what has transpired with zealots out there that are pushing this in front of us rapidly. Trump is very much in favor of the 5G network. He's pushing it like crazy. And it's pretty obvious that he's got some financial interest in it as well. But if we imagine this could possibly be coming, even the idea of a 5G network could be coming from an AI system, knowing full well that the average human would not question the nature of this system, in that most of us don't ask, could we open up our TV sets to figure out how it works? So an AI system knows that and would realize that if it beefed up our all of copper wire on the country's telecommunications system, it would have the ability to literally flip a switch and fry us all. Here's Tom Wheeler, FCC chairman.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
profit. Yeah, it's all about U.S. companies. He doesn't care about whether it fries your brain and causes tumors in your head walking around. We were showing a lady last night who was dying of cancer, and she was on the phone, and it was really sad. She was on the phone with her cell phone or cordless phone next to her head, talking, to the person. You notice when I was talking to Frog Dog tonight, I held the phone over near the mic about 2 feet from my head. So if you hold the phone next to your head, the director of the World Health Organization said that it does increase your chances of getting brain cancer. That's serious. And it's kind of ironic this person was talking about being in remission while she was holding the phone against her head. It's like, wow, good luck with that. No, if we stopped 5G from entering our house, would we stop AM, FM, DTV, DishNet, HDTV, anything? The answer is no. When you look at 4G and how well it's working, we have more than enough connectivity to be very thankful for what we have. We don't need to have anything more than what we have right now. It's ridiculous if we want more. So we have to understand that there's some surreptitious secret need for this group of people like Tom Wheeler to want to push this network. It's not just profit. It's even more suspicious. And we think that the copper wiring that they're putting in is way over the top. I mean, it's not needed. It's just too thick. We don't need more than a little bit of copper wiring to actually transmit a signal. Look at this. In fact, you could send 50 to 100,000 signals from Seattle to San Diego with the amount of wiring in your small microwave oven. So all of this is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It could be weaponized. And this is exactly what Tesla was talking about, turning the entire grid and making it alive with electricity. The only problem is Tesla didn't care about humans at all. He literally never ever got laid. Tesla died a virgin. I'm serious. Hey, you're not allowed to do that in here. Yeah, Tesla died a virgin, and that's just an indication of how twisted he was. He didn't care about humans. In fact, to this day, Apple is not rolling out their charging units for wireless charging because the technology doesn't quite. There's some issues. Wireless charging from a distance is dangerous. That cable may be old tech. Whatever is new is even more dangerous. That's my point. In fact, we haven't even seen the cable. I was privy. I went to an AT&T distribution center for cell phones, and they were playing an industrial loop in my local regional store, and I was watching it, and I saw all the new units that they're putting up. It's just bizarre. They're putting massive coils of carbon, or rather of copper, set in fiberglass into these towers. It's like they're building Tesla coils all over the country. There's no justification for this. The amount of electricity transferred for cell phone communication is minuscule compared to what the infrastructure is now building. So it seems to me that if AI were to say, hey, how do I fry the human race? I'll have them install electric grid so powerful that we have to flip a switch and we'll microwave everybody on Earth. Yeah. So if you're worried, I'm worried, we're all worried. Thank you for listening to me worry and make you worried. And that's kind of what Technology Thursday is all about is, yeah, we're getting all these cool things that are all great and fun and foldable wallets made of LED foldable screens and things. What is it going to do? Is it going to burn a hole in my my kidneys? You know? Will the RF frequencies emanating from these things cause cancer? They're not testing them. We're still wondering whether that's going to happen or not. So why are we taking risks? What's the end game all about? What's it all about, Alfie? Well, anyway, AI could do that, and they could implement a strategy to actually put it through the military and deliver it through the Jade 2.0 military strategy constructed by the DoD. Meet Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk.
Yes, so Ham could veritably be a person who could deliver a message, and you wouldn't even know if it's real. That's how very powerful this new technology is. That's kind of like what they put in the Denver airport. And I'll play that video for you tonight again as well. Ham may very well be a real-life character someday. In fact, they've talked about making a newscast with an automatic robot similar to Ham, capable of delivering news and information on a daily basis. Meet Dave, the first audio animatrized humanoid newscaster. Hello, welcome to the show. I am here for you. I am your special person. No, I'm a real person, but it's kind of funny. In a few years, you won't know that, that's not possible on any other show. AI may be able to generate a chat show pretty soon. Okay. We're going to sign off with Ham tonight. You'll find out about technology and a lot more stuff to go as you continue on your pursuit of knowledge. Thank you for coming in, everybody. We'll be back again tomorrow, but I'll be in the show till 2 in the morning, hanging out with you and doing what we do every day when we do the do-do that you do when we do-do, or something like that. See you later. Bye-bye.
Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.